Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from kennedyventuresok.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
good morning. We'd like to welcome you to the OG Coliseum for another day here at Cattleman's Congress. Before we get Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Welcome to the Cattleman's Congress here in Oklahoma City. We're excited to get started with another day here in the OG&E Coliseum in Arena 1. We will get started with the Fullblood main show. We're going to welcome in the Fullblood females. Over in Arena 2, we are going to get started with your Super National Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus shows. Welcoming to the arena in Arena 1, Mr. Corey Thompson of South Dakota, and in Arena 2, Dr. Mark Hogue. Cattleman's Congress. This is a show produced by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together here in Oklahoma City, we've created a lasting legacy, and we are so thankful for each and every one of you joining us along the way. Over here in Arena 2, we'll get started with your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show, first class in the ring, Class 1.
As we get started here on the Fullblood side, Fullblood Maine-Anjou side of things, we just have a single entry in this class, young man in the brown hat there. That one's just kind of along for the ride to get this little red and white heifer to move around the ring. But we got a single entry August young heifer calf here, one that sure a little green in terms of her overall makeup and kind. We like the length of neck and the angularity she has up through her shoulder blade. One that sure has some muscle and some natural width to her. If we're going to change her, we might like to see a little more true rib shape and depth of body. Sure doesn't have the extra circumference of bone you'd want to see, but a really good looking, pretty fronted type of a red and white female. We'll look out here in the grand drive in just a minute.
On Class 1, first place is going to back number 6344. That's MCC Rachel, exhibited by McCullough Cattle Company of Maxwell, Texas.
Got a really nice trio of full-blood females in this particular class of Aprils. I think we got a real solid place to start off with. It is one that just has a little more pin width and just genuine width from nose to tail. We good now? Okay. Love the extra width and dimension this one has when you get behind her. Really good in terms of her upper rib shape and upper power. There's no doubt about it. Gives you a killer look from the side. I think she's an easy place to start in this particular class. Young man in the silverback hat here, she probably fits the type and kind and is more similar to the class winner than the heifer that rounds out the class. Just doesn't have that extra dimension, extra power. Sure not as big featured as that one that comes first in this particular class. And you get this heifer in third, one that just reaches and stretches off of both ends very, very well. One that when you get up on top of her, she's maybe as wide and has as much back shape and squareness as anything in this class. Just doesn't have that extra depth of spring of rib like the two right ahead of her.
in your main show. Results out of Class 2 Full-Blood Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 6347. That was Chad Nichols Pride. 2563N, exhibited by MC2 of Medill, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will also go to MC2, and third place went to McCullough Cattle Company. We're now welcoming in Class 3. These are Full-Blood Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2025. Back over the Shorthorn ring.
All right, back over here on the full-blood Maine-Anjou side. I think much like the last class, just a really solid place to start off with the young man's dark cherry red heifer here. Just a really cool pattern to this female when he gets her set up. Just extremely long and tall out of her front end. Really like the extra width and dimension this one has, and I think she's plenty sound in terms of how she goes around the ring. Might just like to see her set down just a little squarer on that hock and hind wheel as you get off the side profile of her. But boy, that thing is good looking. I like the extra width that she has. The one that comes second, she is one that gives you a striking look as well. Really pretty fronted, clean chested for a full-blood female. I like that about her. She's got some shape. She's got some width, pin width, and some power to her as well. Just gets a little shallower in terms of her body shape and needs to be a little deeper flanked and just deeper in her underline. But two high-quality full-blood females. This fall heifer that we bring out here, a 2-year-old September girl, when they imported these cattle from France, not sure they exactly look like this. Fleshing ability, they were known for their extra muscle and width and performance. Fleshing ability probably wasn't their strong suit. It's just crazy how this breed has came in terms of changing those cattle, because never thought I'd say that I'd like to tone the flesh down on a full-blood female, but she's probably getting right there in terms of the conditioning that I'd like to see on a female. But boy, she's easy doing. It's because she's huge ribbed and got just that natural shape and spread to her center body. I love that about her. She's one that when you ask her to move, I think is very sound in terms of her skeletal quality and build. Just an exceptional female in this single entry class. We'll look for her back out here in the Grand Drive in a little bit.
We're here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Results out of Class 4. First place exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. That was TLLC Sequel 4M6ET. We're now going to welcome in your final class of full-blood females.
We round our full-blood Maine-Anjou show off over here with one that I think does it with a bang. Much like, designed a lot like that heifer in that last class, just the width and dimension in this one is absolutely staggering. Again, a very easy fleshing female. I didn't think I'd say it once, but I'm going to say it twice. She is also one that maybe I would like to see toned down in terms of her condition, pushing just a little chest. She's getting a little older. She's a January 2-year-old. She's getting a little age on her and getting a little closer to calving. But boy, you love the sheer dimension and width of this one. Extremely easy fleshing. Really rolls good when you ask her to go around the ring. We'll look for her back out here in the Grand Drive in a minute.
Horn Plus. Results out of Class 5. First place went to Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa with Team T-Bone 2.0 HHH. We're now going to welcome in all of those females. First and seconds, we'll select the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, full-blood female.
All right, we're back over here on the Full-Blood Maine side. As we come to a close here on the female show, son was younger. We fed the full-blood females. They got an awesome program and an awesome junior nationals to go to, and they really do a good job of promoting the full-blood breed at the Maine-Anjou junior nationals. But it's been a few years ago. I bet you my son, it was 10 years ago. I think my son was 8 when we showed one of these things. Blows my mind how far this breed has came in the last decade in terms of fleshing ability, rib shape, and just overall quality and build. This breed's came a long ways. So my hat's off to the breeders and the job they have done in terms of making these cattle better. We'll just talk real briefly about your class winners. We actually start off with the one here in second. She was a single entry, a little stubborn today, so she's a really, really good follower. So we put her behind that heifer. But she is one that started today with a really sharp, attractive front end. We like the cleanliness of this heifer. Very, very well. She is one that reaches and goes good off of both ends of her skeleton. Comes up a little pounds light today in terms of the grand drive. Maybe doesn't have the sheer natural dimension and spread of some other heifers out here. Then the heifer that comes next, and really the heifer out of the second and the third class, very similar in terms of the length of body, length of hip, and the kind of quality that these two represent. I'd like to combine these two. I like the added rib shape and dimension and just depth of body in the heifer in the second class, and I love the front end and the way the neck shoots out high and tight out of the shoulder blade out of the heifer with the young man with the silverback hat on there. If you could combine those two, I think we'd have one that would be a force to be reckoned with, but two heifers that really represent those classes well as well. As I see it, to me, the two that it really boils down to are the two bred heifers out of class 4 and 5. And both these heifers, like I said earlier, I've never thought I'd ever say that I'd like to tone a condition score down on a full-blood female, but these two here to me just push the envelope just a little bit. I really do like the way the red and white spotted female maybe carries it on her just a little bit better. She's a little shorter rib, shorter couple type of a female compared to the heifer right behind her. But boy, for one with that much mass, that much power, the condition she's got on her, she hits down all 4 corners very square and true. I like that about her. That's a very high quality female. The one that comes out of the last class in terms of depth of body and just rib shape, and we're going to talk about the middle 2/3 of cattle. I prefer the best, her the best in this particular division. She is one that, like I said, she's pushing a little more chest floor than I would deem ideal, but she's getting some age on her, there's no doubt about it. Beyond that, she just could maybe set down just a little truer and squarer on the back too. Very good show. Again, my hat's off to these breeders and what they're doing with this breed. Look to these guys. You got a junior coming up, a young kid. This is a great place to start them in the full-blood breed. Go to Maine Junior Nationals. It's a hell of an event. To me, it's close, but I think when it boils down to it, kind of simple. We're going to use this red and white one in the young man with the black hat. She'll be your champion. The young lady in the maroon shirt over here is going to be reserved. Let's give all these breeders a round of applause for the job they do.
Ring to conclude your full-blood female show. Your champion coming out of Class 4, exhibited by Tyler Loudon. That was TLCC Sequel 4M6ET. Reserve champion will also go to Tyler Loudon with Team T-Bone 2.0 HHH. We'll get started with your open Maine-Anjou Bull Show here in just a couple minutes in Arena 1. Open Maine-Anjou Bull Show, welcoming into the ring Class 6. These are Maine-Anjou's Spring Bull calves, born May of 2025.
Over here on the main side, we get started on the high percentage Maine-Anjou Bull Show. What a way to start here in this class of May bull calves. This pair really complement themselves in terms of give and take. I think there's more sheer power and dimension in this big stout bull that we're going to use to start off with. Really big-footed and rugged made in terms of his bone work. Love his extra depth and spring to his rib cage. We're going to get nitpicky on him. He gets just a little more sheath than what I would deem ideal. I don't know if he sets down as true and square. I'm not saying he's unsound. He's not. Maybe not quite true and square out of his front two as the bull right behind him. But boy, sheer mass, dimension, power. That bull's got a lot of stuff going on. There's no doubt about it. Really like the balance and the symmetry and just structural integrity of this littler bull, a lighter bull that comes second. He is cleaner sheathed. I do love that about him. Really typey in terms of his type and kind, and like I said, really gets out and moves very, very well. It gives you a good look from the side. When you get up on top of this one, you step in right behind him. Just don't know if there's enough bull there to get around that one right ahead of him. But boy, he reads to me Cavanese. That's a very nice Cavanese Maine-Anjou bull as I see it. Single entry in this particular class, but oh my, what a good example of what a Maine-Anjou bull should look like. One that is just extra heavy duty in terms of his build from nose to tail. He's sure good enough looking and to my liking. His balance is so good and just incredible in terms of how he goes at the ground. He's one that's got maybe just a little shoulder, but boy, he's got a big old caboose to go with it. Very high quality Maine-Anjou bull here in this class of April bulls. Let's give him a round of applause. We'll look for him out here in the Grand Drive in just a minute.
Results out of our first two classes. Class 6, first place exhibited by Silveris Brothers of Firebaugh, California, with SIL Lotto 5022 NET. Second place in that class exhibited by Cash Miller of Amarillo, Texas. First place in Class 7 was exhibited by Lad Landgraf of Medill, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, this is Class 8, Maine-Anjou Spring Bull Calves, born March of 2025.
Another single entry here in this March class of high percent Maine-Anjou bulls. One that, in terms of his front shoulder construction, front end construction, one that I think is absolutely awesome. So smooth in terms of how he blends into his forerib. Love the way his neck ties nice and high out of there. One that I think is sure sounding up in terms of his structural build. Tons of rib, tons of muscle in this bull. Maybe gets just a little higher in terms of his tail head out here when you get off the side of him, and maybe just missing just a little overall balance in terms of the way he's put together, but there's some unique pieces to this bull that can do a lot of good in a lot of programs. We'll look for him back out here in the Grand Drive in a minute.
First place in Class 8 will go to back number 6363, and that was TTTS NWH bank-owned 20N, exhibited by Trey Simmons of Carthage, Indiana. We'll now welcome in Class 9. These are Maine-Anjou Spring Bull Calves, born February of 2025.
Their single entry class as we get a little older here. February bull in the High Main show over here, and one that again, much like the two in the last two classes, just very striking in terms of his side view profile. Really love the way this one's neck comes out high out of his shoulder blade. Really smooth in terms of his overall build and design. You'd maybe like to see him just set down a little squarer and truer off those back two as he sets them down around the ring, and one that can probably use just a little more feed just to maximize kind of where he's at in terms of spread and dimension, but a really good looking bull there. Young lady does an awesome job of showing him. Another single entry here in the High Main Bull Show, a big October 2-year-old, and one that, boy, you talk about just spread and natural thickness. This one is powerful. When you get up on top of him, I'm not sure you can fully comprehend from ringside just how truly much width this one has to him. huge-footed bull. Got a foot like a rhinoceros on him. Just love the way for as much muscle, as much bone work as that bull has, just gets out and floats in terms of his structural integrity. He's one that he's got some shoulder. When you get him that stout and you get him that rugged, you're going to have to live with something. And he does have a little more shoulder than some would deem ideal. But you look at him on paper, sure does not represent like he's going to be a hard calving type of bull. But boy, he is a rugged built, stout made bull. Be fun to get him back out here in a minute.
Bull Show first place will go to Tyler Loudon, Creston, Iowa, with TLCC Mob Ties. We're now going to welcome in Class 11.
Back on the Maine-Anjou bull side over here, another single entry, one that, hits me as kind of a cow changer type of an individual, just out there in terms of the way he's constructed up front, really choke-necked bull, one that's sure got some back shape and squareness to him for as pretty necked as he is. Just in terms of overall balance and structural integrity, maybe gives up some underline and just depth of rib, and you'd maybe like to see him set down just a little squarer and just a little more inside his skeleton when he goes away from you. But boy, you talk about a bull that would put a neck set on him and add some muscle to a calf crop. He will sure do it. We'll look for him out here in the Grand Drive in a minute.
Show ring results out of Class 11. First place went to back number 6382. That was RJG Money Game 18M, exhibited by Running Free Ranch of Waxahachie, Texas. We'll now look to see Class 12 before we go into your Grand Drive. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of Class 6. First place was exhibited by Benjamin Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. That was SN Nutty Mama 510 NET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Third place in Class 6 exhibited by Leighton Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma.
As we round out the High Maine Bull Show here, boy, one of the most unique, I guess, just out there bulls that we've maybe seen in the lineup thus far. A huge feet underneath this guy. I love his foot shape and just the size of foot that he has is absolutely awesome. He's long-necked, and we like that about him. Maybe gets a little more upright in terms of his shoulder blade. You get right up on top of him. I'd like to see a little bit more shape and curvature to this one's center body ever so slightly, and I could give him just a little more width to the seat of his pants. But boy, that bull there has got huge, ginormous feet and got tons of look and quality to his skeletal build. There's no doubt about it. A bull that we'll look back out and talk some more about here in a minute in the Grand Drive.
Maine-Anjou ring results out of our final class of Maine-Anjou bulls. First place exhibited by back number 6383. That's DNKF 1 of 1 413 MET, exhibited by 6B Farms, Allison, Iowa. We're now going to welcome in all those division champion and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion Maine-Anjou bull.
Get these High Maine bulls back out here for an overall grand drive. This breed of cattle obviously has been a big part of my life, and this High Maine Bull Show is something that every program that I've worked with and for is something that we always strive to do well in. When I was at Fred DeRucci's, we raised a lot of purebreds and three-quarter Maine bulls, and Fred would always say we measured success of the program At that time, SEK Genetics was a big company, and how many bulls we had as a program with our prefix on them that was in the AI sire directory determined the success of our program, because Fred always thought the more bulls that people wanted to use of your stuff, that really ultimately proved more to him than it did to win a banner and win a show. And I think there's a lot of truth in that. The genetics that you build in terms of a program really show face on how you're doing in terms of the industry. All these class winners, like I say, there wasn't just a ton of cattle in each particular classes, but all of them exemplify some qualities that we like to see in Maine cattle. And I think all of them, in terms of breeders, are stuff that we can utilize in terms of the breed. I'll just talk real briefly about every one of them, because these guys have put a lot of work and time into these cattle. They deserve to know what a guy is thinking. The rib shape and just depth of body and just the length to that young bull, made bull calf down there is absolutely awesome. Good footed, really square in terms of how he's put together. Love the way the neck ties into the shoulder blades on this one. One that's sure not the heaviest muscled, he's sure not the lightest muscled. He's just kind of really middle ground in terms of where he's at, maturity and width wise. One that, my biggest pet peeve on him, I wished he was a little cleaner sheathed. It just gets a little looser in terms of underneath there, but boy, he is loose built, really smooth. I think that bull offers a lot of added body and underline balance to his calf crop. The bull that comes next, boy, in terms of genuine width and power, he's one of the best two out here. You get up on top of this bull, he is just truly wide, and for as stout as he is, to be that good in his forerib and shoulder, be that level and good in terms of his hip and his tail head, that is extremely hard to do in this breed of cattle, and to put all that extra that he has and make him so sound at the ground, my hat's off to that young man. He's got some shoulder, much like the other stout one in this lineup. He has a little lower shoulder. Sure does not appear to me to be a Cavanese bull, but boy, that one's got some genuine quality. Love the width and spread that he has. In terms of look and just side view profile, this bull out of the third class is absolutely awesome. He is one of the cow changers in here. He's going to add some frame. He's going to add some look. There's no doubt about it. One that too, I love the muscle shape that he has. If we're going to change him, I'd just moderate him just ever so slightly, and to me, he could use his hock and his hind leg just a nickel better. Really a good looking bull that comes next, maybe just comes up a little light out here in terms of his performance, and I think it's because he maybe doesn't have that extra depth of body, that extra fleshing abilities like some of the other bulls, but boy, he is dead level topped, glass smooth in terms of how he's put together up through his front 1/3. That bull has some quality as well. We just like to see a little more natural performance. Red bull that comes next, he's another just powerful bull. Big feet underneath this guy, and he is another bull that with as much muscle, as much masculinity as he has to him, really gets out and goes, and very, very well. He's got a little shoulder. Much like that bull in the second division, you get that much muscle and true width to him. It's tough to keep him just flat shouldered as show heifers, there's no doubt about it. But that's a bull. He is stout, he is sound. I love the feet underneath that guy. The bull that comes next, he's out there, right? Freaky fronted, long bodied, long hipped. We like all that about him. He just comes apart a bit in terms of his underlying balance, a little more refined in terms of his bone work, gets a little outside his skeleton when you set him in motion. bull that rounds out the show. We rounded it out with a bang. He's again, like a couple other bulls out here, huge feet underneath this guy. The foot quality on that bull is absolutely awesome. I like that, maybe as good as any bull out here. Striking profile, young lady gets him set up, gives you a cool look from the side. When you get right up on top of this guy and really break him down, I think he gets a little flatter in terms of his rib shape. I think I'd like to see just a little more oomph in the seat of his pants in terms of his muscularity. But that is a long, tall fronted bull, huge feet, good looking. That bull will change a calf crop and make show heifers very, very well. There is some differences in these bulls, but there's a lot of quality. Couldn't be more proud of what the breed's at in terms of making high percentage Maine-Anjou bulls. Let's give all the exhibitors in this lineup a big round of applause. I'm going to go slap one that I like an awful lot.
Results out of your grand drive of our Maine-Anjou Bulls. Champion exhibited by Lad Landgraf of Medill, Oklahoma. That was Lad Nightcrawler 501N, and reserve champion exhibited by Tyler Loudon, Creston, Iowa. TLLC Mob Ties. We're going to head to the backdrop briefly here in the main ring. We'll get started with your main Angus bull show in just a moment. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of Class 8. First place was exhibited by
Boy, what a way to start the Maine Angus Bull show here. These two breeders have brought out true tremendous examples of what this breed can do. I wished in a perfect world we could combine the two. I think we'd really have something that was truly, truly special. To me, there's just some ultimately some differences between the two of them. The one that I'm going to lead off with is a little sharper in terms of his lines. Really love the cleanliness that he has up front. Super clean-chested and choke-throated bull. Not that bull's got to be that way. That's just how he is. I think he's still got enough masculinity to him. He is one that, no doubt about it, I don't know if he's opened up and just has as much true rib shape and body depth as the bull right behind him. I don't know if he takes as free and easy and as long a stride as the bull right behind him, but that's a big-footed, heavy-legged bull that really is sharp and attractive and balanced from the side view profile. I'd like to see him reach a nickel better on his back too, and I'd like to see just a little more true muscle shape in the lower seat of his pants. The bull in second is just an awesome meat and potatoes bull. I love the center body. The center third of this bull, I think, is absolutely amazing. Deep-bodied, tremendous sweep in terms of his cage. He gets a little plainer in terms of his neck. He gets a little straighter in terms of his shoulder blade. We step in right behind him. He's got more shape and dimension than the bull that wins the class. I just wish he set down a little truer and squarer, even though he does take a longer step. Two tremendous Maine Angus bulls here in this particular class. What a way to represent the breed.
Your first class of Maine Angus bulls. First place exhibited by Summers Cattle of Gilliam, Missouri, with EVCS visibility 584 ET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Wilson Good Cattle Company of Dora, Missouri. Now in the ring, this is class 15, Maine Angus Spring Bull calves, born February 2025.
There's some differences out here in this class of Maine Angus bulls, there's no doubt about it. And if you want to switch these two, hey, I can see reasons for liking both of them. No doubt about it. Your eyeball tells you the added performance comes in the bull that we lead off the class with. But I think beyond that, his structural build, when you set him in motion and how he hits the ground, he's softer off of all four corners in my mind. He's deeper bodied, deeper flanked, really like his side profile and just how he balances a nickel better. He's a big bull. If I'm going to change him, I would just moderate him ever so slightly. Love the performance. I would just like to moderate him in terms of his frame score, but he's the best structured one. He's the best balanced one. To me, he's the class winner. This bull in second, in terms of muscle and just shape and stifle width, no doubt about it. He's the best one out here. I love his back shape and spread that he has. He is one that up through his front 1/3, he is very good in terms of his presence and how he collects himself out here ringside. In terms of having all that muscle, maybe doesn't have the extra flank and depth of body like the bull that wins the class. And the biggest nitpick on this one for me, when you set him in motion, to me, he could just set down on his rear ankles and rear leg, just a nickel softer. But with all that power, it's just kind of hard to collect all that stuff into a complete package. Then we round out the class here with a bull that is dead level, long hipped. We like that about him. He's a bull that just comes up a little light on performance out here, and you just free him up on both ends of his skeleton. Here on the Maine Angus bull side, in terms of, in my mind, what this breed was designed for, this single entry in this class, he kind of exemplifies what it's all about. The extra rib shape and body in this one still has some width and true dimension to him, and just as good a foot structure, as good a structural build as we could ask for. Just an awesome Maine Angus bull. We'll look for him back out here in the Grand Drive in just a minute.
Results out of Class 15 and 16. First place in Class 15 was exhibited by Silveris Brothers, Fireball, California. That's SIL Fortunate 5000 NET. Second place was exhibited by Brett Colantonio of Moscow, Kansas. We then brought in Class 16. First place exhibited by Cal Pryor of Woodbine, Iowa. Now in the ring, your final class of Maine Angus bulls. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, results out of your junior heifer calf division. Champion exhibited by Madeline Road, Centerville, Maryland. That's CF Lady Crystal, 521 Primo X ET. And reserve champion came out of Class 12, exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas, Pikeville, Tennessee. That's TSSC Catalina, 5018 NET. Now in the ring, this is Class 15 Winter Heifer Calves.
Round out the Maine Angus Bull Show. Boy, this thing's shaping up very, very well. Was very high on the bull in the last class, and much the same way in terms of what this breed was designed for and what we were going for when Blake and his crew came up with this idea. Boy, here's another one that just really shows what this breed is all about. The extra depth of body and the rib shape in this bull is absolutely awesome. To get a bull that is this age, it's tough to keep them clean-chested and in shape and keep everything fresh about them. This young lady's done a tremendous job with this age bull. This is going to shape up and be an awesome grand drive. We'll look for him here in just a minute. Show like the High Main show, not a ton of numbers, but boy, these four class winners were left out here with to me just like I said in them last two classes, just exemplify what this breed was intended for, and just can't compliment these breeders enough in terms of the job they've done to take this breed to new heights. These four class winners are outstanding. We'll just talk about them real briefly. Really complete bull here from the side. We lead off with love the front This bull really clean and sharp in his lines. He's a big bone, big footed bull. He is one that we said when we set him in motion, I wish he took a little longer step, and I'd give him just a little more in the seat of his pants. In terms of frame and performance, the bull in the second class dominates the competition out here. His length of hip and squareness is awesome. Length of body I love a lot. He is one that is one of the soundest ones out here when you set him in motion. Really like the way he's laid back in his shoulder blade and front knee, and still good looking from the side. He is one much like the bull right ahead of him. I just don't know if he's got as much true shape and dimension as the bulls in 3 and 4, but he is high performing, huge bodied, will do a lot of good for the Maine breed. Really a balanced bull here that comes in the third class. In terms of his underlying balance and just freshness and sharpness, I like him a lot. Huge footed bull, extremely sound in terms of his skeletal build. He's one of the 2 stout ones out here in the lineup. I like his extra muscle shape and length of hip, just really complete in terms of his overall makeup. Maybe not quite as wild necked and just crazy out there pieces, but his underlying balance and just completeness is very, very good. We liked him a lot in class 3, was really high on him, and I thought, boy, that's going to be tough to beat. Then the young lady brought this 2-year-old out, and I thought to myself, oh my goodness, we're going to have us a horse race on our hands, because this one, to get a bull that weighs what he weighs, to keep him that flexible, to keep him that good fronted and chested and fresh, is extremely hard to do. I've fed a lot of them. This young lady's done a tremendous job with this bull. His chest floor is good, his neck is clean and trim, and still has a ton of muscularity. You get up on top of this bull, his upper skeleton and rib is big and bold. He is extra stout and extra heavy duty in terms of his muscularity. If we're going to change this bull, 2 little nitpicks. I'd like to just maybe deepen him up right there in his heart. It just wants to throw off his underlying balance ever so slightly. I think you could rock him back in his shoulder blade ever so slightly, like the bull right ahead of him. But that thing's wild and crazy out there. He is sound and he is heavy muscled. To me, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Boils down to class 3 and 4. There is a lot of nice bulls in this division. Every one of them, a lot of ranchers would be proud to kick out. They are all 6 of them out here are high quality individuals. The 2 I'm going to pick, I think, are absolutely great. Let's give all these breeders a round of applause. We'll go pick you a Grand and Reserve.
In the Maine Angus Bull Show, your champion, coming out of Class 16, exhibited by Cal Pryor, Woodbine, Iowa. That's CALP Tommy Norris, 510N, and reserve champion to come out of Class 17, exhibited by Madison Loeschke Curbs. Apologies on that. That is flopped. Your champion was Madison Loeschke Curbs of Kingsdown, Kansas, with MKL Gold Member 921 MET reserve champion coming out of Class 16. That was Cal Pryor, Woodbine, Iowa. We'll head to the backdrop quick and come back to the Mainetainer Bull Show.
Boy, what a way to start the Maine-Anjou, or the Mainetainer show over here. Bull division, April bull. Young man brought us, and boy, he's just got beef bull written all over him. Really big and bold in terms of his center body. Really practical in terms of the way he's put together. Maybe not as much flash and look as some of the other bulls we've seen today, but tremendous body in this one. Very practical in terms of his build and design. Will be a great place with a lot more Maine bulls that look like that. We'll look for him back out here in the Grand Drive in a minute.
Back over here in the main ring, results out of your first class, the Maintainer Bulls. First place goes to back number 6400. That was WG Information 06 NET, exhibited by Wilson and Good Cattle Company of Dora, Missouri. We'll now welcome in class 19. These are spring bull calves born February of 2025.
Well, I don't know who's putting the judging contest tomorrow together, but if you could get these four bulls, this is a tremendous representation of the Maintainer breed, and I think the competitiveness out here is ultimately very, very high. That being said, sure never wavered from where we were going to start. Young man in the tan hat here. This bull to me combines a lot of good things that you want to find in the Maine-Anjou business. He is so sound and agile when you set this one in motion. Love his structural build. Normally when you get them with this much look to them, they want to rock up in their shoulder blade. This one here is very, very good in his shoulder and front knee. And you look at him from the side and look at his structural build and you think, man, I'm going to have to give up some muscle. That is not the case. You get up on top of this guy. I love his spread and dimension very, very well. That's a high-quality maintainer bull that wins the class very easily. We get beyond that, I think there's some give and take. To me, the other bull out here that maybe is even more commanding from the side view profile is the bull in second. Long and tall out of his front end, tremendous amount of muscle, maybe the most amount of back shape of any of the bulls. Change that bull's rear leg hock ever so slightly. He's not unsound and he sets to the ground with some comfort. I would just like to see a little more reach and bend in his hock. Performance and length of body, bull in third wins the class by 100 miles. No, there's no doubt about it. He gets just a little plainer in terms of his front 1/3, gets a little weak behind his shoulders, but that is a lot of bull, a lot of muscularity. And to me, the decision between third and fourth, he simply sets him to the ground and utilizes his hock with more comfort. So to me, he kind of easily falls into the third hole. The bull in fourth, he is a good-looking bull, tall fronted, flat-shouldered. His front 2/3 is very, very good. To me, what separates him, he just gets a little awkward in terms of how he sets to the ground. You step in behind him, wants to get a little outside his skeleton as he goes on his back too, but that's a good-looking bull in his own right. Tremendous class of maintainer bulls there. All four of them got some quality to them for sure.
Ring 1, results out of Class 19, Maintainer Spring Bull Calves. First place exhibited by back number 6406. This is KMEM Popular Demand ET, exhibited by Spangler Cattle of Cascade, Iowa. Second place will go to Weingartner Show Cattle of Harrod, Ohio. Third place was exhibited by MCC Muir Cattle Company of Waynesfield, Ohio. And fourth place exhibited by Carly Berkheimer of Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. We're now going to welcome in Class 20 to conclude the Maintainer Bull Show.
The Maintainer Bull Show, I think we do it with some quality here. Huge-bodied bull here, probably in terms of depth from the top of his back to his underline. One of the deeper-bodied bulls that we've seen in this division. This big October bull just really has a lot of practicality to him. I think he's maybe not overwhelming in terms of muscle, but I think he's sure not lacking in that regard at all either. Just a really complete individual to round out this Maintainer show. We'll look for him back out here in a minute.
One results out of our final class of Maintainer Bulls. First place was exhibited by back number 6411. That's PCC Firepower. 166 MET exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. At this time, we're going to bring in all of those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion and reserve Maintainer Bulls.
We get our three Maintainer bulls out here from those three classes. This entire bull show, really, you throw the high mains and the Maine Angus and the Maintainers, just really enjoyed it. When I first got into the Maine business in 1996, I cut my teeth in the Denver stock show, pin show down there, and probably the most years of my life was spent, success was determined by what happened in that pin show. And so raising bulls and getting bulls ready has been ingrained in me. I enjoy looking at bulls. To this day, 90% of my time is going to breeders' places and look at various breeds and breeders' bulls and trying to decide if that bull can have an impact upon a breed and a program for people. So I love it. I love the bull part, and just the impact that one of these things can have on an industry is absolutely outstanding. And I know the shows weren't huge and there wasn't 100 head in each division, but the three bulls that we're going to have out here on Tuesday night in Supreme Drive, to me, are going to make people stand up and pay attention to the Maine-Anjou breed, because in terms of building cattle, to me, these breeders know how to do it to a high degree. And so my hat's off to you guys that are doing this, that make these cattle as good as they are. And I'm glad you brought them to the show today, because it's a lot more fun when you get done judging out here and you go to the backdrop and you have something proud that you can stand behind. And when you look at the picture in the magazine, makes you look a whole lot smarter. So thanks a lot, guys. I appreciated it. Enjoyed the dickens out of it. We'll go out and pick you two that I think are truly exemplify what high quality Maintainer genetics should be. Let's give all these breeders a round of applause. Thank you again.
And reserve champion comes out of the same class, exhibited by a Weingartner Show Cattle, Harrod, Ohio. That's BMW Norm 221N. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get started with the Full Blood Bull Show here in just a couple minutes. Back over to the Shorthorn Plus.
we're bringing our 4 class winners. There was 4 single entries here in this Fullblood Maine-Anjou show, so we just brought them all in line. So this will be the grand drive for the Fullblood Maine show. Much like the female side of the Fullblood show, it's just really great how far that these cattle have came in the last decade, and the quality that they have in these cattle and put in these cattle in the last 10 years. And I think this first bull out of the first class really exemplifies that to a high degree. This thing is sharp looking from the side, very balanced. His front end comes out of his shoulders. That's not something that the full-blood breed was always known for, to have that much look and style to them. And with all that quality that he has from the side profile, you get up on top of this bull, he is extremely wide built in terms of his muscular construction. You set him in motion, he sure doesn't disappoint you at the ground at all either. Just a very high quality, safe place to start here in the Fullblood show. And then we got a February bull coming out of this next division, and one that doesn't have quite the performance of bulls on either side of him. He's again another bull that gives you some look from the side. He's got some length and levelness of hip. Maybe doesn't set down to the ground quite as true and square. Doesn't take along as stride as the bulls on either side of him, but extremely good looking bull there as well. In terms of frame score for an October bull, this bull that comes next, I think he's right where he needs to be in terms of his frame score and where he's at frame-wise. I like the added muscle and power that this bull has when you get up on top of him. When you set this bull in motion, I wished he just got out and reached a little better off his back too. But again, a heavy muscled bull that I really like the frame that he represents. The biggest frame bull out here, I know he's the oldest, but this April 2-year-old bull, boy, he is a big, good-looking bull. You get him off the side of him there, and he is tall-fronted, just really attractive up through his front one-third. Kind of matches that bull in the first hole, like that a lot. Maybe gives up in terms of all that frame. You just like to see a little more depth of body to this bull to balance him up a little bit. When you set him, I think he could utilize his hind wheels just a nickel better, but that is a dead level hip bull. Sure gives you a good look from the side. Feels like we're cutting in now, but a really a good. Just wish he moved a little better off his back too. Tremendous Fullblood show. Great way to round up the bulls today here in the Maine-Anjou division. We'll go out and pick you a grand in reserve.
Your Fullblood show champion exhibited by Justin Herland of Blue Jacket, Oklahoma, with HLN Just Lucky ET reserve champion. We go to Fancy Creek Farm, Prairie Cross of Sherman, Illinois, with FCF Red Eagle 436M. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll get started with your junior Maine-Anjou female show here in just a moment in Arena 1. And congratulations back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring. Head class will go to MC2. Well, before we turn the mic over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, the results out of the group Maine-Anjou show. Again, best forehead went to MC2. Breeders group of 3, first place went to Tyler Loudon, second to MC2. That'll be the same results for the Gaddisire. First place for Produce Dam will go to Tyler Loudon. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We are going to get started with the Junior Maine-Anjou Female Show here in Arena 1.
the Maine-Anjou side. Really good place to start off as we get the junior show going here. Young ladies brought us a heifer here that's going to win this class that I think does a lot of things right. A female first and foremost. I love the way she's built from the ground up. She's extremely good and fluid in the way she gets out and travels around the ring. She's one for me that gives you just a really awesome look there of attractiveness about her head and neck, and just so juvenile in her makeup, but yet still got the power through her rib, got the power out her hip, balances all that together in an extremely nice package. White-faced heifer here coming next for me is the one that's most like her in this class. I like this female from just a density standpoint. Through her rib cage there, she's got some outward turn. That rib. She's one that's good in terms of her movement when we set her in motion here. Compared to our class winner, you know, maybe just not quite as much there today in terms of just the look, in terms of just the overall power, but yet I still think one that does a lot of things good. Good place to land in second. From there, we roll into a heifer that's sure dense in her makeup. There's a lot to this one, just in terms of her body, all the way through from her heart there back into her flank. For me, this one's just a little bit coarser there about her head, just not quite as neat and attractive up front as the two in front of her. We round things up here with one that is sure attractive and just chiseled out up front there, so feminine in her makeup. She's big-footed as well, and I like that about her. I just wish there was a little more to her out here today. I realize she's the greenest one here in this class, and that probably works to her disadvantage, but yet one that's sure feminine, big-footed, and stout.
Junior Maine-Anjou female show, first place exhibited by back number 6420. That was WLSS Miss Nova 225 and exhibited by Paisley Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Case Pennington of Rogers, Arkansas. Third place exhibited by Adler Ball of Chandler, Oklahoma. And fourth place exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger of Lexington, Nebraska. We're now going to welcome in class 26. These are spring heifer calves born May of 2025.
well, back in the Maine-Anjou ring. A good class here, and I think these three heifers are three that are a little different from one another. There's some things to sort through on the three, but I think the one that's going to win the class for me is the safest place to land. We analyzed this female here, and she's still got that real feminine look about her when we look at her, about her head, neck. I love the way her neck ties in there on the top of her shoulder. Just gives you that look with some presence to go along with it. This one, I really appreciate the condition she's in as well. She's still pretty fresh for one at this age and stage of the game. Structurally, I think she's good enough here to check the boxes to get to the top of the class. I guess for me, ultimately, she's the one that does the most things right here out of these top three that compete for that top spot. Heifer that comes next, there's no denying this one is big-footed. She's big bone. She's as soft right there in her ankles on those rear two as anything in the class. You know, getting right on the verge of maybe being too soft-ankled for me, but yet you have to appreciate the flexibility that comes with that when we set her out in motion. She gets out and takes a big step to go around the ring. Compared to the heifer that wins the class for me, maybe just not quite as neat and attractive in terms of the thickness of her neck. She's one that's got a little more condition. She's a little more ready out here today for one at this age, and for me, I'd maybe like to wheel her back in just a little, but no doubt the powerful, big-footed female of the class. Heifer that comes next for me is one that makes me scratch my head because she's a little more my speed than the heifer that lands in the second hole in terms of just having a more maternal look to her. She's one that is going to be just a really easy doing kind of female, I think, all the way through, even when we get her into production. I think comparatively to the two above her, though, she reads a little more moderate in terms of her long-term frame size for me. I question that on her. I wish at times she'd get out and take just a little longer stride out of her front end, but yet a lot of things to appreciate there in a female that's sure dense, sure still cow-like in her look. Heifer that comes next is a bigger one. I think one that's got some added frame to her. She too is big-footed and big bone. Just a little coarser there for me about her head and neck. I'd like to soften this one up some too as we really look at her underline and her lower rib shape. Maybe just spread her apart some when we get behind her as well. We get into two heifers here to wrap things up that just give up some of the size and mass and scale to the ones that land above them today, but still very functional in their kind. Heifers with some power to them, heifers with some look.
Well, congratulations in the June Maine-Anjou ring. Results out of class 26. First place exhibited by back number 6427. That's Bo Nyla, 510 NET, exhibited by Rebecca Derler of Wright, Kansas. Second place was exhibited by Bentley Lester of Sentinel, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations, will go to Cooper Soley of Okemah, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Mackenzie Haler. Fifth place exhibited by Merrick Brower, and sixth place will go to Eden Christian. Now in the ring, this is class 27, Junior Maine-Anjou Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2025.
class in this purebred Maine show, and for me, the heifer that's going to win here was one that come to the top right when they come in the gate. I think a female that puts together some really good pieces in terms of that maternal look. This one's so good-headed, so attractive up front there, and it blends so well and matches with the rest of this heifer. Ultra good as we study her rib cage and the capacity that she's got. You get around behind her, and this one's still got plenty of shape to her as well. When we set her in motion, I think she puts together those pieces we talked about there with some skeletal integrity as well as anything in the class. Just a really high quality individual to lead it off here. From there, I think it gets a little more difficult for me, and I think you could do some different things with these next 2 or 3 heifers here, but the white-flanked heifer, the white-legged heifer, for me, I guess when you really study this one, there's a lot of heifer there in terms of just length, in terms of just rib. She's probably not quite as deep and have that sweep to her underline like the heifers on either side of her do. But yet, I think she's one, when we really step back and look at the fundamentals of rib, she's still got plenty in my mind. Maybe a little thicker necked and not as attractive up front as our class winner. When we set her in motion, she's pushing on him here, and it's hard to get a read. But I do think this one probably is a little stiffer in the way she handles her feet and legs compared to the heifer that wins the class. Young man's heifer that comes next here, I think she shares some of the same qualities as the heifer in front of her in terms of structure. There's a couple things we'd like to tweak a little bit on this one, maybe give her a shot more flex to her hind leg, but still, I love the shape to this one. This heifer's got some muscle to her. She's got some true power to her. She's a little rounder than that heifer right in front of her is. I guess for me, it was just the size difference in those two that probably worked to her disadvantage. That was the deciding factor in that pair of cattle. Heifer that comes next here is one that hit me really hard when she comes in the ring. She's got a good head and those big fluffy ears, and I'm drawn to that on these cattle right when they come in the ring, and she caught my eye. I like the attractiveness to her. I like this female and the way she handles her hind leg when we get her out in motion. I think the more we study this heifer, though, she's just a shot rounder in the way her hip lays into her. She wants to get out and just not be quite as comfortable in the way she handles her front two and her knee when we set her in motion, but a good-looking one with some power to her to go there. From there, we roll into a bigger, high-performing kind of female here. This one's got some added frame size to her. I like the foot size and bone work under this female. Comparatively, she's a little plainer there, maybe down into her chest, and the way she blends back into her forerib to her center body. Just not the ultimate lower rib shape to her that the cattle in front of her have, but some interesting pieces. I think this one's the kind that'll be fun to watch here for the next several months to see how she progresses. Young lady's heifer coming next, one that's more moderate in her frame size, maybe gives up a little performance to the ones in front of her, but still does a lot of things right in terms of the way she's built from the ground up. She's one that's attractive headed. Just wish there was a little more to her out here today in terms of lower rib, in terms of size. Much of the same could be about the female that comes next, one that standing still, we like the hind leg, we like the set to her hock and down to the ground. When we get her in motion, wants to get a little more outside herself, but a good class here as we roll through these high Maine heifer calves.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the main ring, results of Class 27. First place exhibited by back number 6433. That's CRFT Lotto 502 NET, exhibited by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Second place go to Colton Schaefer of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Rhett Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Coy Holcomb of Winfield, Kansas. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Marley Harris of Burleson, Texas. Sixth place went to Abby Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Seventh place will go to Isabella Langford of Palestine, Texas. We're now going to welcome into the ring Class 28. These are March heifer calves. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, we'll get started with your Shorthorn Plus Bull Show. First class in the ring, this will be also your first division. These are late spring bull calves.
Maine-Anjou show, and pair of heifers here at the top. I think a little different from one another, but man, they're both really good. Simply put, the heifer that wins for me is just a little more my kind. I think this female, when we get her out on the go and we get her in motion, she's just big and loose strided. She's one that gives you just that awesome maternal look there about her head and her neck. I love the rib cage of this one as well. I think a heifer for me that just balances up extremely nicer. One of those, when we get her on the go, that's where she really comes to the top of the class for me. This heifer in second on the standstill, boy, it's hard to paint them any prettier than this here, because she gives you just an awesome look. We really study the outline of this female, and she's just really smooth in the way she's put together. She's a little bigger legged than our class winner. She's one that probably is a little more dense when we study her there from her shoulders back all the way through. When we get her on the go, she's not quite as coordinated to me as our class winner is when we get around behind her and watch her go away from us, but still the one that's just sure dense. I like that female a great deal as well. This baldy heifer that comes next is another one that, boy, she gives you just a really good look and just a look of power when we get her on the standstill. She, too, is just really dense in terms of her rib cage, the outward spring she has to it. I appreciate the added foot size, the added bone work to this female as well. It's pretty close here when we get to Oklahoma City in some of these classes in terms of competition. And this one, for me, I wish she flexed her hock more on the go. That was probably the reason that she got in that third hole. Love the power in that one, though. The heifer that comes next here, when you really study this one here, I think there's a lot of future in this female because her build is so good. She just really gives you an awesome look in terms of her presence up front. Beautiful hind leg on this one. She's a little greener and not there yet compared to them three right in front of her, but I believe this one, in terms of build and look, has a bright future ahead of her. The female we got coming next here, one with some power. She's got a little added size to her, and I appreciate that about her. She's more elevated in her shoulder, though, and if we could lay her back there, I think she's one that would get out and just take a bigger step. That's where I'd like to change that one. The red heifer that wraps things up here, sure, a big hip, long-bodied kind of female. She's not as attractive for me about her head and her neck. I just like to give her a little more ladylike look up front there. Good square-built kind of heifer, though. Another really good class.
First place go to Teddy Kraft of Anadarko, Oklahoma, with a CMCC Nightcaller 525N. Second place in that class exhibited by Nightland Tony of Lexington, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Cooper Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Stella Worley of Ringling, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Rebecca Derler. In sixth place, Sam Wilson. Now in ring one, we have class 29. These are March heifer calves. Back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results out of your early bull calf division. Your champion goes to Curtis Genetics and Weisman Registered Shorthorns with WSC Reality Check 24N. Reserve in that division will go to Cornerstone Farms, Winchester, Indiana, with CSF Wildfire 5400 FB. Now in the Shorthorn ring, this is Class 7 Junior Bull Calves. This will also be the division.
Well, the good cattle keep coming, and these three heifers here on top, to me, are right at the cream of the crop in this class here. Heifer that's going to win knows the combination of them all. I think a female that gives you just an awesome look from the side, and she's got that presence we talk about there up through her front 1/3. The way she's attached up front is extremely good. Get around behind her, and she surprisingly probably got more power than one would think when we look at her from the side. We take that and we get her in motion. We see the way she gets out and travels around the ring like she's supposed to, and for me, that puts her at the top of the class here. Heifer in second, and these next two heifers here, there's no doubt they're a little different from one another. The heifer in second, though, is just a little more my kind when we talk about them from the ground up. I think she's one that's really good and really comfortable. She's a female that's got some added length to her as well. She's not quite as attractive as the heifer that wins the class. She's not as stout when we get around behind her as the heifer right behind her. But yet I think she's the one, when we talk about structure and movement, she needs to land in that second hole. Heifer that comes next here is the big stout featured one of the class. And if you like them powerful, I know you're going to like this one because she's stout, she's big-footed, she's big-boned. I guess for me, when we compare to the two right in front of her, she's not as attractive about her head. She's just not quite as comfortable in the way she gets out and handles herself. Set her in motion right there at the ground, but yet there's no denying the power, the shape in this one here for a purebred Maine heifer calf. Young man's heifer that comes next here, boy, you fell into a tough class, young man, because you've got a big hipped heifer here. You've got a heifer that's got some levelness to her. She's a little shorter necked. She's not quite as big footed as the ones that are behind her, but yet good functional kind of female. Heifer that comes next is more moderate in her kind, but she's got some boldness. She's got some stoutness to her. I guess for me, we'd just like to stouten her up in terms of her foot size and her bone work. Maybe just give her a shot more frame here to compete with those heifers above her. And the heifer that's going to round things off here, much like the heifer right in front of her. I think she's one that's sure bold in the way she's put together, a little more moderate and compact in her frame size, not quite as comfortable on the go, but excellent class here on the purebred Maine side.
Class 29, first place exhibited by back number 6459. That's FRAK Fancy Queen 25 NET, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Second place in that class exhibited by Carly McMahon of Damascus, Arkansas. Third place in that class will go to Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. Fourth place went to Braden Herrenbruck of South Coffeyville, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Harper Claggett. Sixth place in that class will go to Kendra Matthews. Now in the ring, this is class 30, spring heifer calves, born February of 2025. Back in the Shorthorn Bull Show, your champ.
here in these heifer calves, but still good places to go here. And for me, the heifer that's going to win, simply just the most flexible when we get her out in motion. I think a female that takes a big long stride, sure dents as we study her there through the center portion of her body. She's not the stoutest one when we get around behind her of the trio of heifers we got, but it's the combination of flexibility and mass that gets her to the top of this class. The black and white heifer that comes next, boy, this one here can give you just an outstanding look when he gets her parked. Really exotic there about her head and neck, the way she ties in. She's got plenty of depth for me, plenty of bone, plenty of foot under. I think a female that probably has some advantage when we get around behind her over our class winner in terms of just sheer width and power. But this one, we get her on the go. She wants to get up there right behind her shoulder some as we view her top line. I'd like to just relax her a little bit when we set her in motion, but there's no denying the look of quality. This one's very nice. Heifer that comes next here, young man, you fell into a tough class because your heifer is so maternal in her build. I love the rib shape to this one. I love how square hip she is. She reads a little more moderate as I think we look at this one in terms of her frame size. You just wonder how big she's going to be on down the road, but I promise you this, that one's going to be an easy keeping, low input kind of cow when we get her in production. Good class here as we continue.
First place will go to BC2 Zoe 57 NET, exhibited by Camden Weatherly, Perry, Oklahoma. Second place in that class went to Kason Lee of Paris, Arkansas. Third place, exhibited by Baylor Hoffman. We're now going to welcome in Class 31. These are January heifer calves before the division. Back over to the Shorthorn ring, results at a class
Once again, quality keeps coming here, and I think the heifer that starts does so for me logically, just from a structural and build standpoint. Female that perhaps as big-footed as anything we've seen thus far today, and I think you gravitate to that on this particular female. One to have that much foot size, still can get out and motor around the ring here. She's one that's got a lot of power to her as well, really just got that powerful look to her in the way she reads up there about her skull, the way she ties in her neck. Ultimately, I guess for me, amongst this top three females in this class, when we set her in motion, that's where she rises right to the top. Heifer that comes next, I think it's close here between the next two. The one, though, here that comes next, when we get her parked, I think there's just a shot more extension to this one all the way through. She's one that's a little square as we study her outer hip and the ties from her hooks to her pins. Set this one in motion. I'll be the first to tell you, I wish she got out and moved just a little freer there as we study the lower part of her shoulder down into her knee. But there's no denying the balance this one has when she gets her parked here. The underline, the rib. Nice female to go second. This young man that comes next, this heifer's maybe not cooperating the best for him today and just wanting to get a little tense on him, and I think that works to his disadvantage a little bit here in this particular class. We read this one from the ground up, and I think she's soft in the angles to her skeleton down low. She's got some power to her. I read her at times just a little tighter about her spine, just to scotch round her out her hip as we get right there behind her and look at her. But three really powerful kind of females to start this class off. Heifer that comes next, so elegant, so maternal, so feminine in her look. She's not as big boned as the ones in front of her, and I wish she was because it would make it a little more difficult on me. I like the smoothness, I like the angularity. We just need to power her up some in this particular class. A real long-bodied, extended one that comes next here, a female. I think we study the angles to her skeleton, her hock, and her knee when she gets her parked, and they read really good. She's a little shorter strided, though, when we set her in motion. I'd like to free her up some. I'd like to neaten that udder up just a notch here for one at this stage of the game as well, and just soften her up. Black heifer that comes next, another big-footed stout one. Little plainer about her head for me, little tighter down her spine, just not the overall softness all the way through. Black and white heifer that rounds things up here, big hip, stout and powerful, just too short-strided for me today. We got to free this one up some.
Final class before the first division. First place exhibited by back number 6477. That's BK Notorious 500N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Second place in that class went to Haley Walker of Pottscamp, Mississippi. Third place was exhibited by Hayden Roberts of Falmouth, Indiana. Fourth place was exhibited by Isabella Lankford of Palestine, Texas. fifth place in that class will go to Cadence Tucker of Conroe, Texas. Sixth place, exhibited by Emma Braun. Seventh went to Kendra Matthews. Now in the ring, your first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve, junior heifer calves.
excellent calf division here, and it reminds me a lot of the calf division we had in the Maintainers a couple days ago. A lot of classes, a lot of quality all the way through. A lot of thinking to do here for myself amongst this set of heifers we got, because, man, they're good. They're very good. I'll run through them right quick here. This heifer calf out of this first class got things rolling really fast and really hard this morning. I like this one a great deal. When we study her from the ground up, we study the angles to her skeleton. I love her there. She's really juvenile. She's really immature. This young lady is nailing it, showing her out here as well. The calf, very, very good. We got to realize we've got a big age spread here amongst these. She's the youngest one. I think there is a lot of future in this female out of this first class. And that second class, we had a heifer there that come to the top because she was just the best balanced one in that class. Female's got some power, got some look amongst her contemporaries here in this division. Maybe not quite as soft of a look yet, but I think a heifer that reads with a lot of future. I like where she's at in terms of her condition here today. That heifer out of the third class was just so maternal, so striking about her head and neck, and boy, she still is out here. She's probably as good looking there about her head as anything we've got out here. Really dense. Comparatively now, I think a heifer that probably needs a shot more power in terms of foot size and bone compared to some of these older heifers we've got. I like her build, though. I still think she's in contention in this division. Young lady's heifer out of the next one here. I love this one long term because she's built so good in terms of her structure. She's just one that maybe when we get back out here doesn't have that powerful look of some other to get just a notch easier in her top, but I think part of that's why she reads so good when we set her in motion. I still like the future on this one as well. Very, very good female. From there, we get into an older one here. Tremendous amount of presence on this female here, and the look she gives you up front is undeniable. She's got power. She's good structured. She checks boxes. She's in contention as well. Heifer out of that next class, another one here that just gets out and takes a big, long stride for me. I think a female that's as dense bodied as anything out here. We break her down just a little, and I wish she just tied a little better there from her hook bone back into her hip, but yet there's no denying the look of this one out here in terms of mass and outline. We round things up. Last class here, probably as powerful of females we've got in the lineup here from the ground up, and now I think this is one that you just think about her as a donor cow. She's sure going to generate because her pieces are big, they're unique. When we get her in motion, she checks the boxes in terms of structure for me. Maybe not quite as much look as some of these others, but we got to take into consideration she's the oldest one out here in this lineup as well. She's further along. I'm going to give them another look here and pick you a set of champions, but first, let's give them a round of applause up in the stands here. Awesome, awesome division.
here in Arena 1, starting out your Maine-Anjou female show, your first pair of division champion reserves. Your champion will come out of Class 29. That was FRAK Fancy Queen 25 NET, exhibited by Chloe Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will come out of the first class we saw, exhibited by Paisley Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. That's WLSS Miss Nova 225N. We'll get started with your next division. Going to welcome in Class 32. These are Maine-Anjou winter heifer calves, born in November of 2024.
Class in this fall division. Three heifers, different kinds of cattle, and the red heifer's going to win for me. And even though she's not quite my speed in terms of type, I still think in terms of quality, she's the most correct here with the three heifers we have. She's attractive up front. She's ladylike about her head. A lot of power in this female over her top, out her hip. I think in terms of structure and movement, she's probably the most correct of the three heifers we have in this class. Heifer that comes next here, I surely appreciate just this one's rib type. She's so maternal. She's so blown apart in terms of her rib cage. I like that about her. She's long. She's extended. She's one for me that's maybe not sure as attractive there about her head. When we get her in motion, even though she reads with some set to her angles, she's just a little more timid in the way she wants to blend all four of them when we set her in motion. I'd like to free her up there. We round things off with a female, that another one, very feminine, very correct in terms of the angles of her skeleton. Just wish we just soften this one up just a notch there today. See her just a notch square out her hip and out her tail head there as well. Well, back on the Maine-Anjou side, a good pair of heifers here in this fall division, and the heifer that starts for me does so quite handily, so ladylike about her head, and so just pretty, fresh about her neck, big-bodied, blowed apart when we get around behind her in terms of being three-dimensional. I think just a very nice female to start this class. Heifer that goes second is one that I like this one's hind leg and how soft she uses her hock, her pasterns. For me, she's just not quite as deep there when we study her all the way through from her forerib back into her flank in terms of softness. Ultimately, just need to soften this one up some. Good class, though.
Ring results out of your first two classes in the junior winter calf division. Your first place in class 32 was exhibited by Rudy Kroll of Garber, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited by Katie Bolton of Purcell, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Cash Miller of Amarillo, Texas. We then brought in class 33. First place exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Second place went to Carly Shenfield of Lakeland, Florida. Now in the ring, class 34. These are junior Maine-Anjou fall heifer calves born September of 2024.
Continuing this fall division, young man's brought us a good heifer here to lead things off, and for me, I think she's one that's just the freshest in her condition. She's one that's the longest in her stride when we get her out and set her in motion, and if you've been watching today, I think those are things that are very important to me when I'm sorting cattle, and she does that for me. I'll tell you, she's one that's got some added size to her out here today, but she still proportions everything together very well, still balances up very nice. Good place to start. The white-legged heifer that comes next here, I like a lot of things about this one too. She's tremendously square hip and powerful as we read her there, outer hip down into her stifle, down into her lower quarter. A female that when we get her parked here, boy, she's got the balance too. When we get her out on the go, I think it's a little easier to see that she's just a shot more elevated there in her shoulder. We can read that up into her spine a little bit. She's just not quite as flexible when we get her out and set her in motion, but I like the power, I like the balance this female has. Young man's heifer that comes third here. Young man, you just fell into a tough class here. Just a little more heifer there on the two that's in front of you today. But good division. Looking forward to getting them back in here.
Four over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Well, congratulations. First place in Class 34, exhibited by Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place, go to Jensen Newport of Stonewall, Oklahoma. And third place, exhibited by Ryan Smith. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. will select a champion reserve here in this division. We'd like to remind everyone back in the holding area and the make-ready area, we do not allow aerosols here in the Coliseum. If you have aerosols with you here in the building, you might as well just take them right outside. We do not allow those here in the building.
Winners in this division here, all three good females, and the red one here out of that first class. Amongst these three, she's certainly the most bold in terms of power and sheer muscle. A female that still gives you some balance on the profile. We get her out here with these two older heifers, and not quite the stretch, not quite the softness as we evaluate them there through their rib cage as the two behind her, but still some unique pieces in this female. I think one you could mate a lot of different ways when we get her in production. That heifer out of that second class, one that you surely have to appreciate here. Just so neat and maternal and pretty about her head. I love the freshness in this female here out of this middle class. Awesome as we evaluate her there in her forerib back into the center portion of her body. Got plenty of power. Still gives that look and that outline I've looked for all day. Maybe not quite the looseness of structure as the heifer right behind her that wins the class behind her, but still I think one that's a contender in this division. Nice female. This heifer out of this last class here, I think one that just demands your attention because of her size, because of her stretch and her length. When we set her in motions, where I like this heifer the most, I think amongst the three class winners, she's the soundest one. She's the most comfortable when we set her in motion and get her on the go out here. I think the heifer that was second in that class, very, very good female as well. We get her back out here with a few more, and I think it's going to be interesting to see where we go for reserve in this division because we've got some choices out here. But all in all, good fall division. I'll pick you some champions.
All heifer calf over here in the main ring, coming out of class 34, exhibited by Keegan Steck, Woodstock, Minnesota. That's SNZSC WPL Tate McRae 4232M. And congratulations, reserve champion in that division, coming out of class 33, exhibited by Andrew Meyer, Clinton, Tennessee. That's KINA GTC KD 108 MET. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now welcome in your next class, class 35. These are summer yearling females born August of 2024.
this pair of summer heifers. For me, the all black heifer here, one with just a little more stretch, a little more size all the way through. I think when we get her out on the go, she maintains her balance just a notch better than this black and white heifer that's going to go second. Heifer here in second, big hipped, a lot of width, a lot of power to this one. For me, I just like to just freshen her up just a notch there as we study her over the top side of her neck down into her chest. I think just stretch this one out a notch all the way around to get over that all black heifer in first.
Over here in the Maine-Anjou ring, results out of class 35. First place go to back number 6495. That's CARL Misty 62N, exhibited by Clayton Haynes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Anna Anglin of Decatur, Texas. We'll now welcome in class 36 before the division. These females were born May of 2024.
Well, we sure turned the heat up in terms of competition in this class. I like all three of these heifers here, and it's a shame all three of you had to be in the same class, but unfortunately, that's how it works out, and I think heifer here we're going to start with, for me, just the balance of this female is so good. Still ladylike in her feature, still got some power to her as we study her outer hip, and you get around behind her, and the width and the shape this one has is all very good. Where she gets around the two heifers behind her is there's just a little more of her out here today. A female with a lot of dimension, very good on the move. I think checks a lot of boxes. Great place to start this class. This heifer in second, when he gets her parked and rolls her head up like that, I think anybody could notice this one because the look she has, the presence, the refinement about her head and neck is very unique. I like the freshness of condition this one's in. I love the shape she has as we study her through the center portion of her body. This one's got a big stout hip in her as well. On the standstill, like I said, very impressive. When we set her in motion, maybe just a little more restricted in the way she handles her lower shoulder there down into her knee, but yet I think a lot of quality in that female, does a lot of things right. Young man coming next here, I love your heifer as well because she's so good in terms of the fundamentals of structure. She's laid back in the angles to her skeleton, extremely long strided on the go. You fell into a tough class, and those two heifers there in front of you had just a shot more look, just a shot more power and dimension today, but wow, what a class here of purebred Maine-Anjou females. out here for this division. Heifer out of our first class there, we had that pair of heifers, and I thought they were both very useful in their kind. And the heifer that won that class just had a little more length, a little more extension. She still does out here in this drive. I like the extension to her, but unfortunately this next class came in, and wow, things got pretty deep pretty quick here. I think that female that won that class said it there just a moment ago. The balance on this one is very, very good. And you know, when I'm judging these cattle out here, I like cattle that kind of blend everything together, all the pieces that we want in the best fashion. I think that one does it to a very high degree. We had a good second and third in that class as well. When we talk about picking a division champion and a reserve, it gets pretty easy for me out here. We're going to keep these two heifers together out of that second class. Congratulations, young people.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Your champion summer yearling female exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhis, Bowling Green, Ohio. That's TJSC So Sweet, 139 MET. Reserve champion will come out of the same class, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. That's TJSC Phyllis, 433 MET. We're now going to look to see the final division here in your junior Maine-Anjou female show, welcoming class 37. These are spring yearling heifers born April of 2024. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results
Well, a new division here, and much like you would expect at the Cattleman's Congress, we get into these older cattle, and the water's deep. I think this pair of heifers here on top, both extremely good when we just talk about the basics of good cattle and doing the right thing. The one that wins the class for me does it to extremely high level. I think a female in terms of her build, very good, very loose in her skeleton, gets out and takes a big, long step. But aside from that, still, she's one that's very unique in the way she attaches up front, opens up into a very big and bold rib cage. You get around behind this one, and there's a lot of power, stays true when she's walking away from you. I think that female that wins is pretty special here amongst this particular class. Young lady with this heifer in second, this one's my speed as well. She's one that I think's really fresh as we study her there along the top side of her neck. I love how dense this one is and the way she reads from her forerib all the way back through. Just so balanced, so proportional in terms of her body type. She's got some power to her as well. The heifer that stands in front of her, though, I think just gets out and reaches a little freer, a little easier than this black and white heifer does here in second. But, wow, a lot of quality here. Another very unique individual to go second. Heifer that comes next, I think these next two heifers, there's some give and take amongst them. This one's a little more my kind in terms of length and extensions. She's really long hipped. She's one that's just got a really nice brood cow look to her. For me out here, comparatively to the ones in front of her, she's pushing a little more fat, a little more outward chest to her. Maybe just not quite the balanced, soft look those two have there in front of her, but yet checks a lot of boxes in terms of fundamentals. That one's going to make a very nice cow, I believe. Heifer that rounds things out here, one that's got some power. She's long hipped, she's big hipped, she's round ribbed. She's a little shorter headed than what I like. I'd maybe just like to give her just a shot more femininity up front there. She too is a shot more moderate, I suppose, than the three that are in front of her, and it probably works to her disadvantage, but very good class if they're going to get into these big heifers.
Over here in the Maine-Anjou ring, results out of class 37. First place go to back number 6506. That's BC2 SCM ESTN Maya 21 MET, exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Hadley Dunklau of Wayne, Nebraska. Third place went to Grant Rumpel of Decatur, Indiana. In fourth place will go to Grace Shute of Greenberg, Indiana. We're now going to welcome in class 38.
here, but I just kept coming back to this heifer that wins the class here. When we think about where we're at here, we're in January, we're rolling into spring on these big heifers. This one here, you look under there and she's starting to develop some udder. She really looks like she's heavy bred, and with that heaviness there of just body and dimension, I think when we get her out on the go, she's one that's still plenty flexible in this particular class, just really maternal in her look. No, she's not the most chiseled there about her jaw and her front end, but she's still smooth everywhere. All the pieces still fit together in a really nice fashion. Heifer in second is the outlier in this class. Be the first to tell you, I wish she had just a shot more foot and bone under her in relation to the rest of the class, but she's so elegant. She's so maternal in her look. I think a female, when we get her out on the go, she holds it together. She too starting to shake down some udder development underneath there, and I like that about that female. No, she's not the most powerful, but boy, she sure balances up in a really pretty package. This heifer that comes next here, so long-bodied, so extended all the way through. She's long-necked, she's long-spined, she's got a big, powerful hip to her. One for me, I guess, just not the attractiveness of the two right in front of her there when we study her there through her front 1/3. She's one that maybe just gets a little choppier at times when we get her on the move, but yet big-footed, big-boned, loose in terms of the way she's put together. We got a pair of heifers that round things up that are a little more dense in terms of their muscle pattern, in terms of the way they're put together. That heifer in fourth, she's big-footed, she's stout-featured. She's a little shorter up front for me, just doesn't hold her composure together and get out and move with quite as much freedom as what I'd like to see. We round things up there with one that's surely massive and big-boned and big-footed, just a little plainer about her head and neck, just not quite the genuine look that I like to see, but a good class. This division's going to be exciting.
First place, so go to back number 6517. That's NFLL 890M Marissa, exhibited by Raylan Unwin of Wynwood, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Brenna Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Third place in that class goes to Emma Yoakum. Fourth place exhibited by Abby Tack, and fifth place will go to Zoe Cottrell. Now in the ring is your final class here in our Junior Maine-Anjou show.
In the main show, and really appreciate the freshness this heifer comes to us in terms of her condition. Just so fresh, so attractive there about her head and neck. One that's got some levelness, got some power to her. Can't wait to get this one back out here with some competition in this division. Congratulations, young man.
Anjou ring results out of class 39 before the division. First place to go to back number 6521. That was KINA GTC TSSC Monica 4501 MET, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. Select the champion reserve junior yearling. Back over in the shorthorn ring before
selection in the purebred Maine-Anjou show, and 3 very impressive class winners, 2 good seconds here behind them. This first class here, the heifer that won that class, for me, I think is one that puts together a lot of pieces in just a very unique fashion. We talk about cattle that are smooth and balanced, and that's what we look for, I think, in general consensus of sorting cattle, and this one puts them together to a whole nother level. Our pieces are very good in terms of her structure, build. A lot of boxes get checked with that female there, things you look for no matter what breed we're looking at. Had a very good second in that class as well. I think one that I like a great deal here amongst these 5 females. That second class, man, one that just screams donor cow to me. She's so massive in terms of her depth, in terms of her rib. She's not as attractive through her front 1/3 as the heifers on either side of her in terms of her thickness of neck there, but I think in terms of functionality, a female that's very good structured. She's big and bold-bodied. This one's going to be a fun cow one day for you, young lady. This heifer out of our last class was a single entry. We get her back out here with some competition. She's perhaps the freshest in terms of her condition of the 3 class winners. I like that about her. I like the maternal look, the femininity this one has. Maybe gives up just a shot of power and just boldness to the 2 right in front of her. But all in all, good division. I'll pick you a set of champions here, folks.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior yearling coming out of that first class in the division exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. That's BC2 SCM ESNT Maya 21 MET. Ring results out of your final division. The reserve champion will come out of class 38, exhibited by Raylan Unwin of Wynwood, Oklahoma. That's NFLL 890M Marissa. We'll bring in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Andy Higgins, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, junior Maine-Anjou females. Back over to the Shorthorn ring to start things off.
Here, I know we got to show these things again, and we got some more breeds to show today. Wow, what an outstanding show here today. And over the past couple days here, I judged your Maintainers and Maine Angus, and the quality has truly been outstanding. Breeders, young people, folks in the back getting them ready, my hat's off to you. You've got these cattle on point, and the quality's been deep in every class. I want to take this time, I guess, I haven't done it yet, but thank the Cattleman's Congress, thank the American Maine-Anjou Association for giving me the opportunity to come out here and sort through your cattle, sort through your kids. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I had the opportunity to judge one of the junior shows here at the very first Cattleman's Congress, and I'm back out here in this spectacular new building the first year judging again. So pretty cool on my part to be able to say I've done that. With that being said, young people, I want to leave you with this. Be thankful. Be thankful for a lot of things, because we have a lot to be thankful for. Thankful for just having the opportunity to be here with all these friends we've got doing what we love. Be thankful to your parents, your people in the back, the fitters, the breeders, everyone. I want all y'all that show today, everybody here, to go out and thank somebody, because it means a lot. A simple thank you can change someone's day. So with that being said, young people, I challenge you with that. Once again, what a day here. What a set of cattle. I'm going to pick you some champions.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Junior Maine-Anjou heifer here at the Cattleman's Congress. Coming out of our final division, Mr. Kellen Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with BC2 SCM ESNT Maya 21 MET. Reserve Grand Champion Junior Maine-Anjou heifer exhibited by Miss Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. That's TJSC So Sweet 139 MET. Congratulations to all of our Junior Maine-Anjou exhibitors. Special thank you to our junior judge, Mr. Andy Higgins. Well, for those of you joining us here in the OG&E Coliseum, don't go too far here in Arena 1. We'll get started with your open Maine-Anjou female show in just a couple minutes, again in Arena 1. Well, congratulations back in the Shorthorn ring. Your Open Maine-Anjou Female Show, your first class in the ring. This is Class 40, Open Maine-Anjou Spring Heifer Calves, born May to June of 2025.
back over here on the main side. We get started on this open show. Boy, what a great class of young heifer calves we have to start off with. There's a lot of differences in this big class. It's tough to sort through. To me, these two sure surfaced to the top in my mind in terms of the most genuine quality. Very unique one here to start off with. It is hard to make one that good in terms of her shoulder blade and front end construction and head shape and carriage. It is absolutely awesome. When you set this one in motion, I think her feet and legs are absolutely incredible. That's not to take anything away from the one in second, but she is just extra flexible off of both ends. I think the distinctive difference to me is she's especially stronger coming out of her shoulder blades and how she holds her top line together out here on the side profile, and I think she's got that distinctive advantage, but that thing is just an absolute freak show in my mind. The one that's second here in this class, not to take anything away from her, if that heifer's not in the class, she wins this thing running away. There's no doubt about it. She good looking as well, just not quite as out there as that one. Huge bodied, her rib cage and depth of body might even be better than the one that wins the class. Just wish she was a little stronger right behind her shoulder blade and how she stays together. I know she's been up and she's probably been getting ready since early this morning and just getting a little tired, gets a little washed out on her top. She's also a little shorter hip, shorter coupled type of female as compared to that one that wins the class. But again, a very high quality one there in the second hole. This one in third, just a little more conventional in her kind. She's the same type of quality as the ones ahead of her. Just hits me as one that's a little quicker in terms of her pattern. Worry about just overall size of this one, but her build and just how she's put together, she's going to be a low input, easy flesh and good type of a donor cow for that young man. On the flip side, a little bigger frame type of female comes next here. Love the foot quality of this one. Again, very sound in terms of her mobility. One that for a heifer, her frame, I wish she had just a little more depth of body and lower sweep to her undercarriage. And I would just moderate her down in terms of the type and kind of cattle I like, just getting a little big. One that is a little bit more my speed in terms of frame size is the black tag heifer that comes next. She's heavy muscled. She is stout in her build. There's no doubt about it. Just gets a little shallower in terms of her center body. We just like to see that one with a whole much more depth. But boy, structure and muscle, very, very good in that one. The biggest framed heifer in class that comes next in terms of performance and length of hip and levelness and length of body, absolutely outstanding. Big, huge feet underneath this female. Love that about her. And I could live with the size of female. She's a little bigger than what I would normally like, but she's just a little plainer in terms of her front 1/3. And much like the heifer a couple ahead of her, for one that big, I'd like to see a little bit more depth of body. Really a good-looking one. The young gal does an awesome job of showing this female, gives you a great look from the side. She's very balanced, very proportional in terms of how she is put together. Just a little moderate and just a little lower performing, just not as much quite cow there as the ones right ahead of her. Black Baldy heifer, she's the one on paper that reads calving ease, and looking at her, you can sure see why. She's just not quite as wide pinned and just wide built, but boy, that thing is huge bodied, really good in terms of her structural build. Just need to see a little bit more of her in that Baldy female. And then the black heifer that comes next, really long ribbed and long hip type of a female, just gets a little bit more rigid in terms of her hock and pastern. And we round out the class with the young man with the great haircut this heifer's got a big broad back in her, lots of muscle in this one, just a little more moderate in terms of her kind and just not quite as ready in terms of her condition today.
6534, that's JBRE Sandy 518 NET, exhibited by Turkey Feather Ranch of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by Paisley Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. Third place went Cooper Soley of Okima, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Rebecca Durler of Wright, Kansas. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Kami Yeager of Bailey, Texas. And sixth place in that class, exhibited by Mackenzie Haler of Watsontown, Pennsylvania. Now in Arena 1, we're bringing in Class 41. These are open Maine-Anjou spring heifer calves. Back over in the short
Well, another very deep class of high percentage Maine-Anjous over here on this side. Much like the last class, as soon as they walked into the ring, I knew these two right here is where we were going to end up. And I think it's somewhat close here between the two of them. To me, much like the last pair that we just had in here, to me, just top shape and just composition of their upper skeleton, to me, this one in first just kind of surfaces to the top. I love her when you set her in motion. She's extra long stepping off of both ends of her skeleton. Really good in terms of her hip and her tail head, and just gives you a super balanced and really complete look from the side. It's a very good female there to lead off with. That's not to take anything away from this female in second. She's again a very sound female. Maybe not quite the base width and just the squareness of hock is the one that wins the class. And I would, like I say, I'd change her, just blow her apart when you come out of her blade there. She gets a little relaxed in terms of her top line, comes apart a little when you set her in motion. But boy, that's getting awful nitpicky on a very, very high quality female there in second. I love them two out of the first and second hole here in this class. Young men's black and white heifers got a little unruly there out here, starting to settle in. This one here is not the biggest one in the class, I get that, but she is put together very well. Shoulder construction and knee is very good. Love the neck set and presence she has. She's big and opened up in terms of her center body and really gets out of her back end very well as well. Just like to see her a frame score bigger and just a notch more performance, but I think her overall quality just sets her solid in the third hole. We get into a couple more big heifers here in 4 and 5. Huge-footed, big-boned one here, this white-socked one that comes next. One that does have a lot of natural thickness from end to end, there's no doubt. Tons of pin width. One I would just like to see a little squarer from hooks to pins. Doesn't have that extra sweep in her undercarriage like the ones ahead of her. Doesn't maybe have that upper rib shape like some do ahead of her. Again, another big heifer here that comes fifth, much like the heifer right ahead of her. Huge-footed, huge-boned, really rugged in terms of her build. Even more so, though, I would like to see a little bit more depth of body and lower sweep to her carriage to get her on up a place or two. A little more moderate framed one here that comes next. One that just gets a little shorter from hooks to pins, a little shallower in terms of her midsection. She does have quality to her foot structure. She is really sound and agile, just gives up too much performance. We just like to see a little bit more body shape to that one. Black one that comes next here. Again, a very nice heifer in her own right. One that is sure going to be a great cow for this young lady. Just doesn't quite have the size and performance. And then we round out the class with the young man's bigger heifer here. She does have some stuff to her. She's got a really pretty front end to her. Just gets a little roller coastery down her top line. Sure doesn't have that extra body shape and power like the ones on up the line.
Class 41 over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. First place exhibited by Brandon Colopy of Shawnee, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Third place go to Rhett Herman of Tryon, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Colton Schaefer, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Marley Harris. We're now going to welcome in Class 42 before the division.
Wowza. If you are a Maine-Anjou enthusiast and have followed this breed of cattle and wonder why it is hot, this 5 set of heifer calves here really should explain some stuff to you. This is 5 tremendous females that I'm sure will go on and be supreme at shows in the future this winter on through the rest of their show careers. I don't care how you line them up. I think all 5 of them are quality. To me, the one that hit me the hardest when they walked into the ring is the young man with the impeccable beard there on him with the black hat on. The donor cow look of this one is absolutely outstanding. To have that much rib shape and body, that much natural muscularity, and still have the balance and look that she does, really gets out and moves very, very well. I just think she screams a brood cow donor prospect and just looks like something that to me years from now could have a major effect on the breed. Great show heifer, no doubt about it. The young lady in second here outshows the young man in first all day long. I mean, she shows the tires off this thing, and she is very good in her own right. Impeccably presented, really long and level and square in terms of her hip, extra sound in terms of how she moves around the ring. Just maybe not as much total to this one from end to end. I just don't know if she's got that extra mass, extra body shape like the class winner, but that is a very, very good female in her own right. To me, the heifers in third and fourth are very close. I think there's a little bit more upper skeleton and back shape and power in the one in the third hole. Really opened up in terms of her center body cavity. Still gives you a nice look from the side. Would like to maybe ease her back in terms of her front knee and just see a little bit more set to her shoulder blade and front knee. But boy, that is a powerful female. Really big feet underneath of her. Just like to maybe rock her back in terms of her front end construction. Really awesome silhouette in this one in fourth. Just gives you a killer look from the side. I thought for sure she might roll into that second hole or have a shot into the second hole. When you get all these 5 heifers right up here in the front end of this class and you get right in behind her and up on top of her, just didn't know if there was a quite enough female there. Just sure not as big backed and stout as the heifers on either end of her, but very flexible, very good looking, very well presented heifer in her own right. A heifer that's standing still here just has big pieces. She's going to do some things as well as the rest of these are in terms of what she can do and what she can breed on. She's powerful. I love her smooth glass shape that she has down her top. Big and bold out of the top side of her blade there. Just explosive in terms of her upper skeleton. Where this one I would change ever so slightly. I'd just like to see her just get out and stretch and reach off of both ends of her skeleton just a little bit more. But again, that is 5 tremendous females. I'd be proud as heck to own any 5 of them. They are absolutely awesome. Long hip, dead level hipped one here in the blue tagged one that comes 6th. Long rib, long bodied, just gets a little plainer in terms of her front 1/3, a little flatter in terms of her shoulder, or in terms of her rib cage, just gets a little flatter and plainer in terms of her design. Young lady's heifer that comes next, a little more juvenile in terms of her maturity pattern out here. Tried to get her worked up in there a little higher. Again, there's just not as much total female in this one, but she is one that has all the parts and pieces. Some maturity could change that when everything evens out. Big baldy heifer that comes next. Hey, this thing's great haired. She's presented to the 9s. Incredible. My hat's off to the guys that clipped and fit this one. She's awesome. Just like to see her bend her hock and utilize her hock a little better as compared to some on up the line. Young lady does an awesome job of showing this black heifer here. She's big footed. We like that about her. Just comes a little dainty to us today in terms of her size. Just like to see her a whole bunch stouter, but a very good basic type of a female. And then the 2 heifers that round out the class, they're the 2 moderate framed ones. Maturity, like we talked maturity pattern earlier, they're the 2 that are kind of the later maturing heifers in the class. Hey, days on feed and time are going to help these 2 a whole bunch. Great class of Maine females in top 5s now. That's something else. Back over here on the main side, we get into this first calf division here. These three class winners we're left with. Not saying they're exactly the same in terms of type and kind, but boy, if you don't see them as high quality, then we're not seeing cattle the same, because I think all three of these have some unique pieces and sure have some capabilities of having a major effect on this breed in the future. We'll just talk about them real briefly. This one that comes out of the first class, she's kind of the science experiment of this this division. Boy, you talk about one that's neck shoots up high out of her shoulders. She might be as nice necked and naturally as high tying as anything as I've seen the couple days that I've sorted cattle here. Love her shoulder, and for one that's that freaky, really ties into her forerib very, very well. Love her when you set her in motion, big soft feet and legs. Where I would get nitpicky on this one, when you set her in motion, she wants to pooch her tail head up and just gets a little high in terms of the way that tail head set into her when you set her in motion. But that is a unique one to me in terms of the way she's put together in the front 1/3. And from that regard, I think she's the best. The real complete one is the one that comes out of the second class. She is just extremely fault-free from the side view profile. You set her in motion. She's got the kind of structure that judging team coaches would search out to teach their kids about how to have legs pick up and set down to the ground. Extremely square, extremely long off all four corners of her skeleton. She is one that is adequate in terms of her muscle build and power. Sure doesn't have as much width for the cattle on either side of her do, in my opinion, but she is extremely sound, extremely balanced, very, very complete in her overall makeup. And then the one that comes out of the last class, I've watched shows from up here in the stands. I get it. Some of them give you a better profile, and unless you're up on them, I could see how the two heifers ahead of her could be prettier necked and maybe paint just a little better silhouette. I'm telling you, I ask you to come down and get up on top of this one and step in right behind her, because when you do, she swallows the competition. I know she's, could be a little higher neck setted and prettier fronted, but to me, in terms of a major impact on the Maine-Anjou breed, she's the best one. She's going to be your champion in this division. Congratulations, bud. I think after that, it gets a whole lot closer in my mind. To me, that one was just very unique in terms of her build to making a future donor. I just thought she was very unique. I think now it becomes a lot closer. The one that we pull in for second here, to me, she does still have the advantage over the next two in terms of power. I don't think it's significant as the one that we just pulled out from that regard. In terms of her structural build, I think it's adequate, maybe not quite as sound as that one right ahead of her. I think this is very, very close between these two, and we're going to switch a little bit of type and kind and gears, and I get it all, but there's a little more body, there's a little bit more structural build, and I like the extra look that the one in the second class gives me. She's going to be reserved.
Congratulations. Back in the Maine-Anjou ring, your champion junior heifer calf exhibited by Buck Creek Cattle Company, Medill, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to Brandon Colopy of Shawnee, Oklahoma. We'll now look to get started with your next division here in the Maine-Anjou show. Welcoming Class 43, this will be February heifer calves. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class 15. First place exhibited by Maverick Crawford, Ash Flat, Arkansas. Second place exhibited by Marley Harris. Third place went to Chase Thrapp. Fourth place will go to Rising Sun Ranch and of Dover, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Jessica Hobaugh.
Probably the toughest decision I've had on the main side over here today. I'd really like to combine these two right here and put that that awesome neck of that one in second on this one in first, because I do think she has that advantage. To me, this one in first, though, when you just break them down, the basic general build of Cattle, she is so much more opened up in terms of her depth and spring to her rib cage. Really like the way she blends in her forerib into that shoulder blade and lays into her shoulder nickel better. That's not take anything away from that heifer in second, because I think she's very, very good. I think both of these are extremely good at the ground. I just think there's a little more width all the way through one in first, and like the way she blends and ties into her shoulder blade, like I said, a whole bunch better. In terms of look and come hither, this one in second, absolutely outstanding. Really, really clean and high tying. I love that about her. You set her in motion, she sets down on big old set of feet and legs. I love that. Just like to open her up right behind her shoulder blades and how she comes out of the top side of her blades there. But that is two high quality Maine-Anjou females I'd be proud to own. The black and white female that comes next, like her length and levelness of hip very well. To me, from a structural standpoint, just finds a real solid place in 3 today. And then we round out the class here with 2 that are a little bit more moderate framed in terms of their general build and design. Really a easy fleshing one there that comes forth. One that I just worry about just her overall height, and then we round out the class with one that just gives up a little more center body and depth as comparison to her contemporaries in this class.
First place is going to be C2 Zoe 57 NET, exhibited by Camden Weatherly, Perry, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by Kennedy Lockhart of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Third place, go to Kason Lee of Paris, Arkansas. Fourth place, exhibited by Baylor Hoffman. And fifth place went to Ava Coventry. Now in the ring is class 44. These are January spring heifer calves before the division.
Boy, they keep coming here on the main side. Again, we get into these older heifer calves here. And like that, we talked in that last division about one that could sure have an impact on the breed. I know from up there, I'm sure you're saying, hey, she's not the longest and skinniest next one we've seen here all day. But I'll guarantee you, if you can't tell you this thing is stout and dense in her muscularity, then you need glasses because she is as wide built as anything that I have seen yet this morning for one of her age. She is extremely wide and dense and heavy-legged and sound-legged. It is very, very good. Yeah, sure, we're going to get nitpicky on her. You could make her nicer neck, there's no doubt about it. But in terms of a genetic impact and generating power, I think that one's got a lot of it. Not going to take anything away from this white-socked one because in terms of silhouette, when this young man gets her up, her neck is higher tying. She's cleaner fronted and chested. There's no doubt about it. She's extra sound and mobile off all four corners. I like that about this one. She is not as explosive and dense in her muscle pattern, in her forerib, and how she carries her muscle on that skeleton. But boy, she is a sound, good-looking one that will have an impact as well. Probably the biggest framed one we got here that comes next. She's long and dead level hipped. She's huge footed. Love her foot quality about her. She's well clipped, well presented. Just don't know if she's natural. Is as clean fronted as the two that are 1 and 2, but this one paints a really nice silhouette from her shoulders back. Really good balanced underline on her. One that I like the amount of muscle she's got on her. I'd just like to see her a little better looking up through her front 1/3. A little bit more moderate framed one here that comes next. Paints a really nice silhouette from the side. Got big sound feet. Just like to see her a little deeper bodied from the top of her back to her navel. Baldy that comes next. She takes a long and easy stride, really a pretty fronted type of a female, really basic in terms of her overall build. Just doesn't have the extra heaviness of legs and that extra stoutness that heifers on up the line do. Really a pretty fronted one here that comes next. Long-bodied type of a female with all that length of body, maybe just doesn't have the most depth that we've seen and just kind of throws her balance off and how she flows into her chest floor there just a little bit, just kind of throws her side view profile off. And then a little smaller frame black and white female here that's just a little boxier and shorter backed in terms of her overall build and design. You just like to free her up off of both ends when you set her in motion.
Well, congratulations over here in the Maine-Anjou ring. Your final class here in your senior heifer calf division, class 44. First place goes to back number 6587. That's BK Notorious 500N, exhibited by Reese Stoller of Bidwell, Ohio. Second place in that class, exhibited by Hayden Roberts of Falmouth, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Haley Walker of Pottscamp, Mississippi. Fourth place, exhibited by Emma Braun of Allison, Iowa. Fifth place will go to Isabella Langford, and sixth place exhibited by Cadence Tucker. We're now going to welcome in your first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve senior heifer calves.
Back here on the Maine-Anjou side, we get into our second division of these calves. I sit out here, look at these two class winners, and I think to myself, when they first called and offered me the chance to be here and be able to evaluate these Maine cattle, I was really only worried about one thing. I think it'd be an awesome experience, and was looking forward to getting a chance to look at these great cattle. But there was one thing that worried me, and that was, there's going to be a lot of females here, and I guarantee there's going to be one or two that surface in the next 5 years that have a genetic impact on this breed, and if I miss them. We have a lot of people in this breed that keep tabs on stuff, and they will not let you forget it. And so I sit out here with a lot of hesitation in terms of how to do things because hey, there's a lot of good cattle here, and there's a lot of them that are going to have an impact, let me tell you. So I'll just tell you just a little bit about these two that as I see them out here, so that in 5 years when you bring it to my attention, I can remind you how I discussed them. Heifer that comes out of the second class, we'll start with her in terms of heaviness of structure, in terms of muscularity, in terms of generating power. I think she is very, very good. Probably the stoutest animal I have seen from end to end since I have been here to Oklahoma City in this show ring. Just the heaviness of structure, foot size, just so stout from the shoulders back. I like this one an awful lot. No doubt about it, from ringside up in the stands, not going to sugarcoat it. She's not the highest high, and she's not the sweetest up through her front 1/3 and clean fronted and jacked up and all that stuff, but her muscle density, her power, there's bulls within this breed. That one scares me in terms of what she could raise and make in the future. This heifer that comes out of the first class, she's a little more your atypical show heifer, flat-shouldered, long-fronted, really clean up through her front 1/3 and high tying. In the last division, we picked one I called more of a donor cow, didn't have that elite front end. I think this one here stays with this one. I'm not saying she's the stoutest that heifer out of the second class. I think she's a little closer in terms of width of base and width of construction. I think she's a wider built animal. I think both these animals, for as much power and width as they have, they take a long, easy step off all four corners, and I think all that is very, very good. To me, the decision needs to be made whether you go with the extra power and the extra muscle in this purple tagged heifer in the second class, or you go with kind of a combination show heifer donor cow prospect in the one out of the first class. I think it's very, very close. I'm going to go out and take one more look at them, pick you a Grand and Reserve. Two awesome class winners. Let's give them a round of applause. Seconds are very good as well. 4 awesome females.
Your champion senior heifer calf coming out of class 43. That's BC2 Zoe 57 NET, exhibited by Camden Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. And congratulations, reserve champion coming out of class 44. That was back number 65, 87 BK Notorious 500N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now welcome in class 45. These are winter heifer calves born November of 2024. Back over in the short
Got a single entry here in this November class as we get into the fall heifer class. On the main side here, just one that's really basic in terms of her overall build and design, long and level hipped. One that from the side, when the young man gets her propped up there, she'll paint a pretty silhouette. One that, you know, if we could change her, you might just like to see her a little deeper and cooler in terms of her lower body shape and dimension. And when you set her in motion, she could maybe be rocked back in her shoulder and her knee just ever so slightly. We'll look for her back out here in the grand drive here in just a minute.
Your fall heifer calf division, first place in class 45. We'll go to Cash Miller of Amarillo, Texas, with OK Princess Layla, 251. We're now going to welcome in class 46 before the division. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results of class 19 before the division. First place goes to back number 8599. That's Sapphire EV2NET, exhibited by Case Erzinghausen of Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place will go to Mercedes Faris Sullivan, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Drake Penrod of Jonesboro, Illinois. Fifth place will go to Riley Crosswhite of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Emily Cox of Dawsonville, Georgia. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Another really good class of fullborns here. I think a very safe place to start in this young man with the black cowboy hat on here. One that is just big and bold in terms of the way she comes to us today. Tremendous skeleton in this female. One that for as much power as she's got, I think she's sure more than adequate in terms of her shoulder blade and front end construction. If we're going to tweak on her ever so slightly, standing there you don't see it. When you set her in motion, you might just like her to set them down just a little softer, but that thing is powerfully wide. Really like that one quite a bit. After that, I think it gets to be some give and take. To me, the next one in terms of just having some frame and growth and some performance is this young lady in the blue sweaters, heifer out here. She's probably even longer hipped and longer sided than that one that wins the class. She sure doesn't have the genuine pin width and power, doesn't have that extra rib shape and dimension like that one that wins the class. Young lady's heifer that comes next, she just got a little bit more rib shape than the one that finishes out the class. Sure doesn't have the extra levelness and the quality in terms of her skeletal build, but I do like her fleshing ability and that extra rib shape she's got. Really a long-ribbed one, long-bodied one here that rounds out the class. Just needs to set down a little truer and squarer off all four corners today.
Before division, first place in class 46, exhibited by Andrew Meyer. That's KINA-GTC Katie 108 MET. Second place in that class, exhibited by Carly Shenfield. Third place will go to Madison Pruitt. Fourth place, exhibited by Ryan Smith. Those first and seconds are going to come into the ring. We'll select a champion reserve, fall heifer calves.
We get this fall division back out here. We had that single entry out of that first class. Just one that's very basic in terms of her build. Just no outlier pieces to this one, but just very complete in her overall makeup. And then we got one that, boy, you talk about width and base and density power. This one, look from the side, tons of rib shape and the body. Love that about her. One that just cool piece. To me, the young man in the black hat right in front of me, she's the most unique one. She's going to be your champion.
Thanks, sir.
You bet. Congrats. We get her out of here. To me, it gets a lot harder now between these two because I think it's very, very close. I think there's maybe just a little bit more rib shape from the rear in that one that comes out of the first class. Maybe a little more levelness and correctness in terms of skeletal build in this heifer in two out of the second class. Like I said, I think it's very, very close. To me, I like the extra levelness of hip, levelness a top line. I think she's a little fuller out of her hip and tail head. Young lady in the blue sweater, she's going to be your reserve.
Well, congratulations, reserve champion coming out of class 46, exhibited by Carly Shenfield.
Get into a August and a July here. Young man in the black hat. She might not be the biggest barreled one out here and just the biggest bodied one in this pair, but to me, her structural build, extra reach off of both ends, really smooth in her muscle pattern. Love how she blends and ties in her forerib very, very well. A huge-footed female that I just think, even though she doesn't have depth of body, her skeletal quality and just cow look that she has, I think she's the best in this particular class. Really a well-presented one, clipped to the tee here, this one in second. She almost acts to me like something's a little tied up in her back there just a little bit, wants to pooch her tail head up a little bit and just gets a little outside herself and just doesn't want to get those back two out to reaching today. Just acts like something's is tied up, maybe in her top line, but that is a big, bold-bodied one. She's actually got more spring and spread in terms of her center body. Gives you a killer look from the side. I wished she just went out and went just a little bit better off of both ends, no doubt about it.
Yearling division, first place in class 47 goes to Carl Misty, 62M, exhibited by Clayton Haynes of Ada, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Garrett Reagan of Golden, Texas. We'll now welcome in class 48 to conclude the division.
This summer division here of high Maine females, boy, these two that come to us here in this class, they're something else. I sat back and I can sure appreciate the head shape and the tightness of neck, and this one in second, she's just a little prettier headed and cleaner throat latched. Beyond that, you could put that heifer inside of this one that wins the class. She'd have plenty of room to roll around. There's just a lot of heifer here in this one right here. So opened up in terms of her center body, a depth of body, and to be that and have so much spring and power up higher in terms of our upper skeleton is very, very good. Extremely good hipped, big bone, really gets out and moves very, very well. If we're going to just nitpick on her ever so slightly, I wish she had that pretty tight little throat latch. But The cow quality in that one and structural build and skeleton is very, very good with that one, with that much power. That's not take anything away from this heifer in second, because if that one wasn't here, we'd appreciate the dickens out of this thing right here. She is good looking, just so balanced, so complete in terms of her side view profile. When you step in right behind them and you get them together, it becomes very clear there's just not as much animal there as that heifer that wins the class. But two excellent females there to lead off this May division. And young man, you just got a bad bit of bad luck today, because you got a really nice heifer here in third. She's extremely problem free, really level top line, level hipped, extremely good footed and sound. She's just not as powerful as them two that win this particular class, but that cow has a bright future in your herd and will go on and do some great things. Really good class of three Maine females. Be proud to own any three of them.
Over here in the main ring, before we select the champion reserve summer yearlings, first place out of class 48 goes to TJSC So Sweet 139 MET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris. Second place in that class will go to Reese Toller, and third place to Kyan Herman. Back over in the Shorthorn ring,
Well, there hasn't been a lot of easy stuff that's happened on this particular side of the ring. In my mind today, it seems like every decision in every class and division about makes a guy's head hurt. In this particular division, though, young man in the black hat that comes out of that first class, that is a very good female, and she won that class commandingly. There's no doubt about it. But you get them back out here in division, just one that just comes up a little bit short. The two powerhouses in this division come out of the second class. The young lady in the blue shirt here right in front of me will be grand. Young man in the dark gray hat will be reserve.
Well, congratulations in the main ring results out of your summer yearling division. Champion will go to TJSC So Sweet 139 MET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris, and reserve champion coming out of the same class, that's TJSC Phyllis 433 MET, exhibited by Reese Toller. At the final division here in your Maine-Anjou show, we're going to welcome in Class 50 late spring yearling heifers born April of 2024.
like that last class in that last division. Two powerhouses again here in this particular class. I think some difference in terms of how these two are made, but I think both of them got some quality. Really a striking profile in this one that wins the class. Really high tying and smooth in terms of her shoulder. One that's extra flexible. I love the softness to that back leg, and for one that gets that soft and bouncy in her ankles, one that doesn't do that rocking forward on her in her hock there. She's just very correct in the terms her rear leg is designed. One that I think when you step in right behind her from the side, you wonder how stout she is. When you step in right behind her, actually surprises me how much width and power and dimension she's got. I just got one little nitpicky deal on this one. When you get off of her a long ways, the guy's kind of got that belly line kind of glued up to kind of put some sweep in it, and I think she's plenty deep bodied. Maybe takes away from the optics of it just a little bit, just a little like you're trying to make that body and rib shape a little different and a little extra deep. Just makes you worry just a little bit if she needs to be just a little deeper and more sweep to her undercarriage. The black and white one that comes next, again, a striking profile. Young lady gets her set up, gives you a killer look from the side. One that dead level hipped, really good in that regard. She's one I'd like to just lean up in her conditioning. She looks powerful being in the condition she's in. I think she's one, if she was lean and mean, you'd kind of wonder, boy, I wonder if there's enough cow there. So to me, I get it. You had to kind of get her here to make her look like she looks. But again, I just like to lean her up a little bit. To me, she's just a little past prime in terms of her condition. But that thing's sure going to have some generating ability as well. Really a stout skulled one here. I love the width of skull that she has. It's very good. Lots of power, lots of dimension here. One that kind of hits me as more of a steer raiser type of a female, and I think she'll do very good in that regard. Big feet and a lot of power, and that extra power and width kind of propels her over this bigger heifer that kind of matches frame size with the ones in 1 and 2, but she's just a little plainer and more generic in terms of her front 1/3. When you set her in motion, just don't know if she gets out and reaches and goes off her rear 2 like the heifers on up the line. Tremendous class of 4. Really like them first 2 heifers a whole bunch.
Also, Class 50, first place exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma, with BC2 SCM ESNT Maya 21 MET. Second place exhibited by Hadley Dunklau, Wayne, Nebraska. Third place to go to Grace Shute of Greensburg, Indiana. Fourth place exhibited by Grant Rumpel. We're now going to welcome in Class 51. These are spring yearling heifers born March of 2024.
Boy, again, class of 4 females. All 4 of these bring some stuff to the table. I think all 4 of them have quality, just some differences to sort out. To me, the thing that I never wavered on is this heifer in first. Just so balanced and complete in her kind, one that just gives you a killer look from the side and very proportional in terms of the way she's put together. You know, if we're going to get just ultra critical on this one, when we set her in motion, she maybe misses her step just ever so slightly, but her angles are good, everything is good, shoulder blade's awesome, just a very balanced, very complete one here. To me, kind of dominates a very tough class. After that, there gets to be some pieces and puzzles, and I think you could do some flipping and flopping here. There's no doubt about it. The one in second, there's no doubt. She's the one that's bigger bodied, almost too big bodied in my mind. I mean, she's got the belly dragger going on. She's probably the softest, longest striding one out here. You'd like to clean her front end up, and I think she could be just leaned up ever so slightly. The one that comes third, she's probably bigger in terms of her upper skeleton and wider in terms of her top shape and bolder in terms of her upper rib. She is one that, again, really covers her track and gets out and reaches very well. I just don't know if her underlying balance and just depth of body is quite as good as that one in 2, but I do like the extra muscle and the added extension she has very well. Probably the heaviest muscled one here is one that rounds out the class. Tremendous back shape and width in this one, with all that power and dimension she has, maybe just comes up a little bit short and doesn't utilize that hock quite as well as the heifers on up the line. In terms of generating power and width, she does have that for sure. As we round out the high main show over here, young man brings us a white-tailed Baldy female that really paints a pretty silhouette from the side. So nice and tied up through her front end and high tie and flat shouldered. One that I'm a sucker for a Baldy and just paints a really picture from the side. When you set her in motion, she maybe gets a little straighter in terms of her shoulder construction, just doesn't get out and bend that hock and just reach as well as we might like, but boy, you talk about standing still and building cattle and making them like they are on your baseball cap. She's got an awesome look to her. Congratulations to this young man.
In the main ring, results out of class 51 and 52. 51 first place exhibited by Zoe Cottrell, Lawton, Oklahoma. That was Dunk Franny, 4:30 MET. Second place in that class will go to Emma Yoakum. Apologies. Second place goes to Raylan Unwin of Wynnewood, Oklahoma. Third place. Clerical issues, class 51 first place was exhibited by Brenna Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Second place exhibited by Raylan Unwin. Third place went to Emma Yoakum. Fourth place went to Abby Tack.
On the Maine side, what a way to end up the day here in the Maine show. We'll start with this one out of the last class in terms of putting a tape measure from the their shoulder blade. This one might be as long a necked animal as we've seen all day. Just extremely good looking, awesome silhouette. In terms of a structure, and in terms of just bend and flex, maybe probably can't stay with the two class winners right ahead of her. But in terms of look and neck extension and front end construction, she is very, very good. In terms of general basic build and designing cattle and just mass producing them, boy, I like this one out of the second class very, very well. Just so proportional and balanced in terms of how she's put together. Probably doesn't have the extra length of neck, the extra cleanliness like the heifers on both sides of her, but she's very proportional in terms of her dimensions. I probably like her natural rib shape and depth of body and the sweep to her undercarriage as good as anything in the offering in this division, and I prefer her hip structure and levelness of hip to the heifers on both sides of her. Where she comes up short, and I would change her ever so slightly, she could get out and reach a little better off her back two and just grab ground just a little better off those rear two. But that is an extremely balanced female that just doesn't quite have the neck extension and the extension off her rear legs when she moves around the ring. But her balance, proportional, and completeness keeps her in this competition very, very well. The one that is kind of a combination type of a female, she's got the extra extension of neck, the high tie and front end, and she's got the extra flexible wheels is the white-bellied one here out of the first class. Really got bendy legs, and you love the look and that she gives her from the side. Just a freak show in terms of how her neck comes out of her shoulder shoulder blade. If we're going to tweak on her ever so slightly, I'd like to take her pins and raise them up just a little bit. And to me, like we talked in class, just to me, that extra hair and stuff in her underline takes away from her balance. But there's some big-bodied ones out here, and I just think we're trying to make her fit in, and that's the only thing. I just think a guy could have taken a little bit more off there. I think she's deep enough to pull all that off. But that's the two things I'd change on that one. I think it's a two-horse race. Not going to sugarcoat it, between the young lady's heifer and this young man in first. We're going to go out and look at them one more time, and we'll pick you a grand in reserve.
Junior yearling champion exhibited by Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to Brynna Herndon of Sapulpa, Oklahoma. We're going to welcome in all of those division champion and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion, Maine-Anjou female. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class 28. First place exhibited by Taylor Morzik of Pulaski, Wisconsin. Second place in that class will go to Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 29 late spring yearling females before the division.
get our division winners back out here. Just couldn't be happy. And just had the time of my life here on Friday and this morning, getting a chance to do this. Maine-Anjou division, part of the Oklahoma City. Made a little cheat sheet here. My memory is not as good as it once was. So I just didn't want to forget anybody, especially my wife and boy. First of all, those of you that know me, I've been a part of the breed in Denver this year. It'll be 30 years. I've touched the Maine cattle and been a part of the breed for all 30 of them years. And it's really been a part of my life. And all my best friends, or just about all of them, are in this breed, and just very, very close. I talk to most of you weekly. I was driving down here the other day and thought to myself, Jim Bloomberg said it in the Simmental show in Kansas City one year. Somebody told him he was going to use one of his buddies at the show, and I was thinking of the same exact deal. If you'd have told me, you're going to use one of your buddies, I said, absolutely. Every one of you are my buddies. I know every one of you first name basis, so the odds are, you bet, going to use somebody I know and do it with pride. So the first person I'd like to thank is the person that introduced me to the Maine breed, Fred DeRushi Cattle Company in South Dakota. He took a chance on a corn-fed Nebraska boy and gave me a job up there and introduced me to this great breed. And had he not, who knows where my life would have led. And Fred taught me how to be more than just work ethic and about great cattle. He taught me how to be a great man and treat customers with respect. And had I not learned how to do that, wouldn't have led me into the line of work I'm in today, I'll guarantee you. So I thank Fred and his family for what they did and taking a chance on me 30 years ago. I think the Maine breed is in a great place. I think never before has there been the number of sires that there are to choose from, variety of bloodlines, and the quality and the depth of quality sires, as we saw in the sale the other day. I think there was 38 bulls, averaged about $12,000. I just could not think that the Maine breed is in a better place in terms of genetic selection and the quality of the cattle. The other thing that goes into play there is leadership, right? The leadership that Blake and Lindsay and Josh and Riley, where they have taken this breed the last 5 years is absolutely outstanding. We have one of the, if not the most popular junior nationals that there is in the industry. And I think that where the breed is at and just the job they've done. So if you would, give them a big round of applause for what they've done and where they've gotten this breed to. I think there's always room for improvement in terms of a breed, and I think if you're not thinking of ways to improve, you're not pushing the right direction. I think two things. I think you can't be scared of muscle. I think right now show heifers is what we're going after, and that's great. But just keep in mind that at the end of the day, I've never seen, I go to a lot of bred heifer sales this time of year and bull sales here starting in February, and I've never seen an old man and his son get to the sale and say, my dad, look at how narrow that thing is. It's going to help our program. So I just think let's keep that in mind when we're breeding these cattle. I know we all want them sound, but at the end of the day, to take this breed and to keep it going and propel it the right direction, I just think we got to keep an eye on how much width we keep in these cattle. And the other thing is, don't be scared to not hit that reverse sort button just a few times. And just make a bull calf, especially on a mating. You get bull calves out of girls like this, you bring them down here and put them in Blake and Lindsay's bull sale, they'll average $12,000 all day long. So don't be scared to just not hit that button a couple times every year. Make you a few bull calves. I'd like to thank the Maine Board of Directors. I know most every one of you on a first name basis. And I don't know who it was that got the wild idea to have me do this, but I'm sure glad they did. And I appreciate the board for having me and asking me to do this. I have absolutely enjoyed it. It's the time of my life. Yeah, like I've already did the Blake and Lindsay and Josh and Riley, 4 of my closest friends. Just couldn't thank them enough for all they do, taking care of me here at the shows. I'd like to thank 605 Sires. That's where I work right now. The customer service or customer success manager there at 605. They allow me to come and do what I love and be with people and talk to them about cattle and genetics. And I love it every day. I'm very fortunate to be able to do for a living something that I truly love, and it really doesn't seem like work. And lastly, that's why I had that card up here. I hope my wife's listening. They don't come to the shows very much, but sure thank them a lot. My boy, Kai, he's into flying airplanes, and he loves it, absolutely loves it. He likes showing cattle. He loves showing airplanes, or he loves flying airplanes, and look forward to him and his career and being able to fly airplanes in commercial setting here at some point in his lifetime. So, and lastly, across the ring, Mark Hogue. I woke up this morning, thought to myself, I wonder who's judging on the other ring beside me. And I thought to myself, oh shoot, it's Mark Hogue. He's judging the Shorthorns guy, most talented, verbally, awesome man on the planet Earth. So you wake up this morning and it's like, oh boy, we're gonna have a lot to overcome here. But longtime friend, we judged junior college the same time. Mark kicked the crap out of me, but he, awesome gentleman, good friend. Couldn't be honored to be across the ringside from him. This has been a great show. We're not going to talk these things. We're not going to talk these things and break them all down. I think all 5 of these are awesome females. I think all of them have a chance to go on and propel the breed and become big-time leading donors. And I want somebody to record that so that 5 years from now, when one that I don't pick becomes one, I said it. So with that, I'm going to go out and pick you 2 that suit me awfully well. Let's give all these breeders one more round of applause. I've enjoyed the hell out of it, guys. Thank you.
Maine-Anjou ring, your grand champion female here in our open show, exhibited by Samantha Van Voorhis, Bowling Green, Ohio. That was TJSC So Sweet, 139 MET, reserve champion, and congratulations goes to Kelton Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with BC2 SCM ESNT Maya 21 MET. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge today for joining us here in Arena 1.
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.